I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 10th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Sierra Leone. They're based in US. And most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that you know what boss said. It's beyond me because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Media, everybody is equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, you know, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we're doing nominating our people on website, and we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31 because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down, and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things what we have not done before, because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so, so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me for UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believe in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now, because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it all depends on youth like us I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years, because first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment, because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and vote. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years, because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we are now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read. People want to learn. People want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent. Have integrity. Build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit, suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers of consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
I'm the CEO, Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
On April 23rd, the world come together to celebrate International English Language Day, a day that highlights the significance of language that transcends borders and unites people from diverse backgrounds. Through activity like reading, watching films, and participating in quizzes, we champion the widespread use of this language across the globe. This year's theme, Using Technology for Multilingual Learning, Challenges and Opportunity, underscores the importance of incorporating technology into language education. The United Nations designated April 23rd as English Language Day, aligning with both the birth and death anniversary of William Shakespeare. This commemoration, initiated in 2010 by the Department of Global Communications, honored the sixth official language of the organization. Shakespeare's profound influence on the English language is undeniable. During a pivotal period of linguistic development, he introduced around 1,700 words, shaping the language in innovative way. According to history, modern English emerged in the 16th century amidst great vowel shifts, which altered pronunciation patterns. As the Industrial Revolution unfolds and the British Empire expanded, English vocabulary evolved, incorporating words from various languages. Today, English serves as the first language for 952 million individuals and as a second language for 603 million more. It dominates multifacets of society, including media, entertainment, business, diplomacy, and the internet, fostering global connectivity and knowledge sharing. Moreover, English-speaking nations wield significant influence on global culture, leaving an indelible mark on literature, fashion, and popular culture. As we mark English Language Day, let's celebrate the enduring legacy of a language that empowers us to communicate, collaborate, and understand one another on a global scale. Praise Matthias, Souq News.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
It's the grand finale of Front Burners for the week. It's the Friday edition. Thank God it's Friday. I'm Blessing Aichi. Front Burners is where we handle critical matters that could bring about change in development in any nation of the world. It depends on what country we're talking about at that time. My two co-hosts are here with me, Dr. Dausa Osamaze and Priya Krumale. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Blessing. Prayer, good morning.
Good morning to you, Blessing.
Great Nigeria out there.
Good morning
excited
to you, Doctor.
It's Friday.
Well, excitement, one can answer that right now.
Okay, well, you happy it's Friday?
Well, happy. It seems the week is running too fast.
Oh, really?
My weekend is booked.
Okay.
Completely booked.
So you don't have a weekend? You don't have a weekend?
No.
I think the same for me, but not the same. We're glad that we've seen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and this is Friday. So we're going to be looking at critical issues today. One that concerns the family, that concerns the child and the society. And another, we're taking a look at U.S.-Africa relations on Policy Discuss. Before we get to the point, let's take a look at some stories that have made the headlines. For the first time in almost 2 years, Naira to dollar rate at the official and parallel markets converge. Naira trades at 1,510 Naira to the dollar. The last time this happened was sometime around June 2023. So if we check year to date, the Naira seems to have gained about 155 Naira over the dollar, as it began with about 1,600 Naira when the trading began. Should we say that's some progress, having the parallel markets and the official rate be same?
Yeah, I think it's a huge success from the point of view of regulation. CBN has been doing everything within its power to make sure that we have some sense of stability in the foreign exchange market. And I think these are the products that in the last 1 or 2 months we are beginning to see that there are some semblance of stability in that market. It also means that all the reforms and the cleaning up that the CBN is doing is producing and yielding some fruits. Probably that's what we are seeing right now.
Ray, what do you think? Should there be a difference when you go to the banking hall to get foreign exchange and then you go to the parallel market? Do you think there should be some, little bit of difference in the rates now that the rates have equaled for the first time in almost 2 years? What's your take?
I think there should be a difference. If the parallel market is now 1,510 Naira and the official market is still 1,510 Naira, that means the official market could have the opportunity to still go down. Okay, what actually necessitates I know Doc would say is the price of demand and supply. Market forces are operating. Does the market forces operate, does it affect the parallel market? Of course, it does affect the parallel market, and the parallel market makes humongous profit. They had their own, and because they know that in the official market, it's quite difficult to obtain the dollar. So if they are now selling for 1,510 Naira, that means there's a possibility for the official market to sell lower than that, less than that. So why is that not happening? Is this not the same handiwork of the market forces?
Yeah, but what you need to understand in this thing is that you can't walk into any bank today really and say you want to get forex and you will get. It's not as simple because they don't have.
But they should have. The CBN
they should have. That would have been the ideal. You see, it's like we talked about yesterday when we're talking about the Naira as it's moving around in society. So people come into this environment, they don't want to keep the dollar with the bank. You remember some few months back, CBN has actually asked that the bank move up all FS that were in domiciliary accounts. And what that means is that if you have your money in domiciliary account, CBN wanted to have it so that they can redistribute it. So what do you think people would do? They don't want to put their hard currency inside the forex. So the parallel market are not actually sourcing from CBN because CBN doesn't even have enough to allocate that can go around the bank. So they go ahead to go source their FX. So what you're likely seeing here is the fact that the little that is coming from the official angle is going around and is now almost being enough for what people are taking. So the pressure that usually pushes the parallel market up is not there. A lot of things have changed because of the pricing. You will also see that a lot of people who are pushing children overseas are also reducing. So people's ability to travel because of air tickets is reducing. All these will push back the demand for dollars. Now, you also see that in the last, how many months now? 3 or 4 months, we have not imported petrol. NNPC said they have not imported any petrol. Dangote has been selling and major marketers have been distributing. So all the money that would have been shipping or looking for to go buy petrol outside is also being saved. So the pressure on that market is not as it used to be. And so you will experience that stability. You see, if it was the other way around, the parallel market taken from CBN directly, because if you look at what CBN is giving to them, it's not enough for them to trade for a day.
And it's not all of them that are getting it.
So it's not enough for them to trade for a day. So they say, okay, because of that, of course, the CBN would have given them a margin of profit for running their exchange. But here you are finding that many people are getting this thing from alternative sources other than CBN. But here the market forces is saying, well, if there's glut in
supply,
in demand, and then of course you have plenty of supply, what you find is that price naturally crash. Everybody wants to see how to offload it. In short, I was with a banker yesterday and he said, please, dollar is crashing and it's going to crash further. So people understand what is happening and the sentiment that is in the marketplace.
I think that the parallel market is doing quite well in being able to source forex, because what they're getting from the CBN is not enough, and it's like half of them that gets to receive allocation from the CBN. So
it's still the POS technology.
It is not that. It is not that. Let's not go there at all. Let's not go there at all. You know that when the CBN streamlined the number of BDCs that could operate, it came to around 2,000 something. Just a bit about 2,000 BDCs are operating, and out of that, about 1,000 are receiving direct allocations from the CBN. I think that if they could sell at 1,510 naira, I still agree with Priya that the official market could do better because they're getting direct allocations from the Central Bank of Nigeria. It may not be enough, but at least the rate there should be less. Even if it's 1,500 naira, let's say there's a 10 naira difference, but it can't be seen as, because where you source from also impacts on how you sell. So if you're getting direct allocation from the CBN, we should see that reduction in the rate as compared to what obtains at the parallel market. So I think the commercial banks still need to do more by dropping the rate a bit. Let's even know how much the CBN sells to them.
That's exactly where I'm
going. Let's know how much the CBN sells to them.
To the
so that
banks.
the profit of margin that they are having is not so much as to make the rate equal with the parallel market. So because the parallel market guys still incur some costs.
Yeah, they are making some huge money. But don't also forget that what the CBN government is actually driving at is that the price of naira is still artificial, and therefore there's a whole lot to do to make it authentic, to say this is the actual value of naira. Because of the trading that happens within the market, you cannot actually determine what the exact value of the naira is. And so that's what CBN is struggling to get, to say, okay, this is the exact value of naira. This is how much naira should change for a dollar. Now, what you are seeing in the market is the fact that people are speculating. And speculations
high speculation.
Somehow can alter market structures and dynamics. So this is the challenge. And we are getting out of that window now of speculation. When this naturally will settle down, then of course we'll be able to determine what the actual value of the naira is. Because of course, again, you also know that as countries also trying to promote export, there's a need to deliberately also weaken the naira. But we have to determine what extent are we going to weaken the naira so that our export can become attractive in the international market. All these things are economic principles that are at play at the moment.
I think at 1,510 naira to dollar, the naira is weakened enough. Nobody should weaken it further.
But let's even look at it. Currently, how much is the CBN selling dollars to the approved BDCs and even to commercial banks? So if the CBN says, okay, we are selling this for X amount of, and they are selling the same to both markets, and both markets have a convergence of price,
yes,
the CBN can exercise some form of autonomy to bring down the price that it sells to the banks, to the commercial banks. And in that case, the naira grows more stronger, because if it continues to do that, the parallel market will be forced. It's either they stay there static, or they keep on, succumbing to the pressure of the CBN. And that's not to whittle down the strength of the parallel market, but also to make the naira to gain strength, even in the market.
So I think
but you see, CBN is also looking to the market force to determine. So what CBN gives to you is you have margins for these people. And what determine that your margin will not be more than a certain
threshold.
So that's why if you go to the commercial bank today, what you are going to see is 1510. That's what you are going to see. So, but CBN give them less than, so that they can make their margin, but not crazy margin. Yeah, so it's not what CBN is giving, but the point is actually that BDC, most of them are not sourcing their forex from CBN.
Okay, if this is the case, that means the effort of the government in trying to buoy the production of crude locally will go a long way, will be an addition to this, because like you said earlier on in your analysis, where
I didn't get
that to strengthen the crude production from our recent refineries that are beginning to show some promising, like the Warri refinery, the Rivers State refinery, the Kaduna refinery, and a few other refineries, to be able to generate crude locally for local consumption, so that we could have this instead of, because when we do that, it's going to prevent our local marketers from going abroad to buy, because if they want to go and buy abroad, they will need the forex.
Yeah, but that is the point, that at the moment, we are not really currently importing any petrol. We are not currently importing petrol. So what we should actually be opting for is that we ramp up production locally, so that we can actually sell petrol outside, in which case we are earning foreign currency, because it is the currency that we earn from sales that we will have with CBN, and that's what they can trade with. If CBN have excess of it, then of course they can sell to commercial banks, who will in turn redistribute. But CBN don't have. So what CBN, the little that come to CBN, you don't forget that now we are also not shipping all our crude outside. So because of the Naira swap deal with the Dangote refinery and some other modular refinery around here. So that also had robbed us of some FX that is coming in, because Dangote is not paying in dollar, it's paying in Naira. So what would have gotten as FX coming is not coming at the moment. And perchance Dangote itself is also sourcing from the Bureau de Change. And so since now he's buying in Naira, he may not need as much dollar as he would naturally have needed from forex, because CBN can't guarantee anybody a sizable sum of dollar, because he can only sell what he has. But what we must put into cognizance in all this is that we need to drive exports. And the more of export we drive as a country, the more FX we earn. And the more FX we earn, the more liquid CBN is. And then, of course, the more access that commercial bank have to FS, and then of course people can walk into the bank and said, I can get $1 or you want to do a trade. They can raise LCs for you and the rest of it, but as long as what is coming into the country is still insignificant because of the volume of trade we're doing, because you look at the balance of trade is always in favor of imports. So you will find that we will not always be able to meet up. But the good news is the fact that today we are not as dependent on refined petrol as it were some 12 months, 13 months ago. That's a good news, and I think what this will mean, and this is why I said it's a plus for the CBN, that we are, at the end of the day, gradually getting to determining what the actual value of the Naira is against dollar and other major trading currencies.
Okay, while the CBN is at it, I think that the CBN can also prevail on the commercial banks to reduce their rates. You cannot be getting direct supply from the CBN and sell at the same rate at which those who are sourcing from other areas are selling. So I think that there should be, even if it's just little margin, let's know that this is the official rate, is less by even 3 naira, 5 naira than what you get at the parallel market. Meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria's governor, Yemi Cardoso, has revealed that the Monetary Policy Committee has voted to hold all key interest rates steady, keeping the monetary policy rate at 27.5% as it monitors inflation and exchange rate dynamics. Oh, that's we didn't really expect to happen. I didn't expect that to happen. I didn't expect the CBN to hold rates. I expected that the CBN would have reduced rates given current realities, given how much they've tried to increase rates and inflation has not abated, given the rebasing of the economy, which now puts the inflation rate at 24%. So I was thinking that the rebasing would have been an information tool that will shape the outcome of the just concluded Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the CBN. So I didn't expect that rates would have been held steady.
I think it was the best thing to do.
Really?
Oh,
Why
yes.
do you think so?
It's the best thing to do. And if you remember yesterday when we were looking at the food price index, one of the issues that actually stood out in that conversation was the fact that we are talking about an inflation rate that was just rebased. And this is just a few days ago, within this week. An MPC meeting is meeting this week. Now, when we are looking at that figure of 24, you remember yesterday we were talking about the genuinity or the authenticity of the figure. How trustworthy is that figure? Is it what is actual in the market? Are there forces that are actually making it look as if that's what it is? Is the season affecting what the food rates are that is actually having a total effect on the head inflation? Now, all this conversation will need some time to crystallize. And so it will be quite a disservice to managing the monetary side of the economy to say either you are reducing or you are increasing. So, status quo until is maintained. So let's look at this. Probably by the time the MPC is meeting in May, they would have sufficient time to have reflected. So let's look at what the inflation figure will be for February. Let's look at what the inflation figure will be for March and April. Then that will help to determine whether we need to move the rate downward or we have to move it upward. And I think the best thing to do is that, like they do in court, when you get to a certain level, and of course, prosecutor and of course the plaintiff are pushing, because okay, let's maintain next party order. Let's everybody remain at where they are. Let's watch the scenario.
Let's status quo remain.
Yeah. So CBN maintaining status quo, I think is the best thing to have done in this particular scenario, because we're looking at an inflation rate just being rebased, and of course see how does this affect the economy, what data we're going to find in the months to come. And then that will now help to determine whether we are moving up or coming down a little bit.
I have a divergent view. I think that having pushed inflation, rather interest rates from 18.7% to 27.5%, at 6 consecutive meetings, they were increased. And we looked at the outcome. Inflation didn't abate. That was sufficient to prove that increasing monetary policy rates was not equal to reducing inflation. So whether or not the rebasing had been done, and we need to test the effect and wait for some other factors to act on it and see the reality to know what the current inflation rate would be. I think that the CBN should have reduced rates, because by now it should be obvious that increasing rates or leaving rates at 27.5% is more injurious to the economy than reducing.
Okay, I see the increase for the MPR rate by the CBN. I think it became the highest during 2024, the March meeting 2024, because at that particular point in time, the MPR rate was increased by almost, if not 200 basis points. And after then, we'll be experiencing 100, 150, sometimes 50 basis points. And like I was making references some time ago that the United Kingdom, they met and they were really contemplating. The UK MPR met and they were contemplating. In fact, that of Kenya, they brought down theirs by 50 basis points, if I'm not, maybe around 50 basis points. So I was really looking forward to, I wasn't saying we are going to maybe come down the ladder. I knew that is either we remain here or we are just going to move upward, just a marginal number around 50 basis points. So what does this say for the Nigerian market and for the business persons? Will these open up business persons and investors to approach the normal banks to be able to access loans without restrictions, or is it going to be the season where these business persons will have the opportunity to be able to recoup more than what they have gotten from the bank to be able to pay back their loans? So if we look at it, 24.48% is that of inflation. But if you look at the other part of the equation,
the interest rate.
The interest rate is about 27.5%. So the 27.5% for inflation, for interest rate is greater than the inflation rate. So I'll begin to think how this is going to affect the market and how investors are going to respond to this figure.
You see, when you look at it's just common sense. You are looking at it. If you remember in the November meeting, one of the issues that was raised was the fact that they decided to raise the MPR because the previous one, and by the data that's available to CBN, is having effect. So that was what they said. I don't have access to what the CBN or MPC members do have, because all the data are in their hand and they can sit down and look at which one actually pays better. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you look at what we have today, naturally one would have been thinking a day, because we're still talking about yesterday over 5 trillion naira of circulation. That was the whole idea of what we're talking yesterday. And what CBN is determined to do is to say, how do we move in all of this currency for oversight? So this is the challenge that is before CBN. And one of the tools that was being used to actually see if we can get this thing in here was to discourage excess of cash getting into the hands of people. And my argument has always been that I don't feel that our problem is actually demand push inflation. I feel that our inflation was cost push. And because it's cost push, people don't really have the money but they have to struggle to be able to buy the basic necessity for life. So it's not as if that people are having excess money in their hand that was responsible. But the truth is that there is so much of money that is outside of the reach of CBN. So they can't see it on the dashboard to say that this money are within our commercial bank. But they know the quantum of naira that is in circulation. And they can also determine the quantum of the naira that is within the reach of CBN. So how do we move this money all in is what CBN had to contend with on a daily basis. So on this particular MPC meeting, and I feel is really to look at it, let's even see that the 24.46% inflation is not artificial. So how are we going to know that? Because this rate just came out on Monday or Tuesday, I guess. And so if you, MBS released that data on Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday, and they're saying, oh, what is the base inflation now? Is 24%. So I think we need some time to study that inflation window to see, is it going to go up, is it going to go further down? Now, if inflation is going down, then of course we can now begin to determine what to do with the rate of borrowing. Because don't also forget that the risk associated with borrowing is also, inflation is also part and parcel of that risk. Apart from the fact that people are not able to pay, inflation will wipe out whatever you lend. And therefore the bank, to be able to recover and recoup depositors' money, then they must have a high yield interest on it.
Okay, I get what the points that you raised, Doc, which is that let's assume the inflation rates, which came as a result of the rebasing, is artificial or not a true reflection of what the inflation rate is. It is safer to leave MPR at that, so that you are not reducing, whereas the inflation rate is higher, the actual inflation rate is higher than the MPR. On the other hand, there's also a possibility that the inflation rate is a reflection of what it is, and then interest rate is higher than the inflation rate, which would probably mean, if that is the case, more gains for the bank and less for the business, because they are paying more than they should have if the situation was a true reflection of, if the interest rate was a true reflection of what we are having. But I think that because we're having cost push inflation, it would have also helped to maybe tinker with it just a bit, to help the cost at the end of the day, since the inflation is fueled mainly by cost.
If we are experiencing cost push inflation, the right logically and normal sense would demand that the MPAC meeting would have, reduced the interest rate in order for them to open the market up for investors to come borrow and invest more, so that it can strengthen the buying capacity of the public.
Yeah, but you see, this is the economics around it. The economics around this is, you can't be very sure of what it is. Usually use Apply Basker's assertion. If you believe that there is heaven, good. If you believe that there is no heaven, good. But if it is safer for you to walk toward heaven than to walk against it, because if eventually it turns out that there is heaven,
you have made it.
You have lost nothing. You have gained everything. But if it turns out that there's heaven and there's a hell, and you didn't walk toward it, then you have lost everything. So somehow, it is safer to stay in the middle. So you watch as I said yesterday, every policy of government, or policy at that matter, can be for even individual, has gestation period. You don't expect to make a policy today and then you start to see the results tomorrow. it takes some time for some of these things to crystallize. And this time, which is the biggest judge, is what eventually will determine. That's why I said CBN has their data, which we don't have. At best, I can speculate here to say our inflation is cost push. But they also have
a counter-argument based on their data.
Because of the data that they have in their hands. Because, you see, just like the lady who was on the show on Valentine's Day and said, oh, they're even having excess of demand.
For food.
For food. So that was surprising to me.
So CBN could even use that data to say it's demand push.
Oh yeah, so you don't know what data they are using. And so that's why we have to be very cautious in looking at the wholesale. But when you look at the sentiments in the market generally and see how people are struggling day to day to be able to live out their life, even those who are working, you will realize that the problem is more with cost than with demand.
If we're talking about time being the judge of this, don't you think that maybe having an MPC meeting, another one by May, is kind of too far? This is February, so we have March, maybe somewhere around April.
Meeting is statutory.
It is about 4 or 5 of it in a year.
Is
they had more than 4 last year. They had more than 4 last year.
You can have emergency because a whole lot of.
So let's have some emergency.
Yeah, but I think it's seeing that everybody seems to be agreed.
I'm not agreeing.
No, not you. You don't need to agree. Everybody seems to be agreed that government reforms have started to yield benefits.
I think I won't be in a haste to
even
just go with that.
No, because those who are playing within the sector, they can tell you, all the sectors can see that the policies and the reform are beginning to yield results.
But we cannot say that conclusively, because the gestation period for some,
I understand. There are some few things.
It's not the same for all the sectors. So for some, we're still looking.
What we are looking at is a lot of things that we're talking about here. We just talk about power market,
yes,
and official market
being at par,
being at the same level without any force or fuse from anybody. There's no recent policy measure that we say CBN would have taken that have made that happen yesterday. So what you're seeing happening is the market settling down. And apart from that, when you look at every other sector, you see people are beginning to stabilize in terms of oil and supply. We're seeing that trend happening right now. Prices is moving, and you are seeing it move up, move down, move up, move down, and we're seeing some sense of stability at that point. In short, I remember when the reform came, people would say, oh, we are going to buy petrol at 2,000 naira per liter. But we have not got it to that point yet. So what that means is that there is some stability that is happening within the system. And as long as this stability is in the system, there are some positive things that we can say is happening. And so it is better to be cautious. I'm not too optimistic, but we know to say that as a people are now starting to adjust to doing things right. That is, for me, fundamental. We cannot consistently, and I have argued this, we cannot continue to subsidize everything subsidizable, and especially when there are no mechanisms for actually doing this, and expect that we are going to be better off for it. So what I expect is that as government is working, as they are tweaking their policies and they are seeing the effect, then we see over a period of time we'll be able to get to a level of stability. So to that extent, we can say, well, let's keep the status quo until we see anything contrary to what's on the ground to determine whether rates are moving or rates should.
Well, we have the month of February to check what the inflation rate would be. Well, that may not be anything to go by because the rebasing was done towards the end of February, so it may not really reflect. But let's also see what the inflation rate would be at the end of March. Perhaps that will give us a clear picture to know if the rebasing is a true reflection of what the inflation rate is, or there is need for the CBN to make adjustments with the MPR. So that will determine if there's need to call for an emergency monetary policy committee meeting of the CBN. Away from matters that has to do with the CBN, let's look at diplomatic relations now. Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso's exit from ECOWAS has now limited visa-free travel for Nigerian passport holders. And this is because Niger has begun enforcing restrictions and similar actions by the other countries. Okay, I beg your pardon, I'm going to take that again. So Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso's exit from ECOWAS now limits visa-free travel for Nigerian passport holders. So this is because Niger has begun enforcing restrictions, and similar actions by other countries could further disrupt regional mobility, trade, and diplomacy. Wow. So the Sahel region, which is now Niger, Mali, and the Sahel countries now, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. The ECOWAS passport was supposed to enable free travel within the ECOWAS region. But with these three countries breaking away and forming alliance of the Sahel states, that now limits the movements with the ECOWAS passport. So it means that if you're carrying the ECOWAS passport, when you get to Niger, you may not be able to go with that. When you get to Mali, there's an obstruction. When you get to Burkina Faso, there's an obstruction. But there's also the side of other countries making similar decision, which would further reduce the freedom of movement within the ECOWAS region. And we're talking about the AFCTA so much, which is supposed to enable trade within Africa. If we're having this hurdle in movements from one African country to the other, that seemed like a great setback, Doc.
Well, I see it. I don't see it as setback as such. I say when a child suddenly enter into the bush and find a tuber of yam inside the thick forest, you say to the parent, let everybody be eating their meal. You know, and I think that is what it is. I think Niger need Nigeria more than we need them. And that is the thing. We have played a lot of big brother role for that country. You can imagine that Nigerians said today, all the Nigerians here, go back to your country and go and take
Can we even identify them?
We can identify them.
How much of them can we identify? Aside looking at physical features. Because
we can identify them. How are they able to identify us? So if they can identify us, we can identify them. Because people have, you see, if we want to say, okay, we want to be retaliatory, they will pay more price as it is. And I think the junta is still enjoying the exuberance of what you see people who are looking for hope actually wants and say, well, probably it's going to be a hope for us. I've not seen any really major change or development in this country in the last 1 year to really suggest that they are doing things that could actually make life better for their citizens. So, but I think what ECOWAS should do is they have to strengthen themselves. You see, they actually have been a pull on ECOWAS. You see, because the Francophone, they are more loyal to they were more loyal to the French than they were.
Their colonial master.
To their, yes, they were to ECOWAS, as the case may be. So they were actually a distraction, major distraction in the ECOWAS group, as it were. I feel that ECOWAS should strengthen their grip. And since, of course, they have decided to take this thing, and then we said tit for tat, and see how they survive outside of other African countries. So it's, I don't think it's something that should be causing sleepless night. What we have simply done is that, okay, don't want to come to Nigeria, and then we are better for it. All the facilities that we are giving to you, we can also price them properly not as brother now, but as...
this is business.
We are doing business together. So at the end of the day, so nobody is losing. At least we are looking for a visa to go to America. So why can't we take visas to go to Mali if there's a reason to travel to Mali?
Pray.
You see, there are some issues we shouldn't worry ourselves about. If Nigeria, with the name that we are called, the giant of Africa, for me, there is nothing that changed that name. Yes, we have problems, we have challenges, and we are dealing with it. And maybe we are not even near 25% or 30% of taking care of these challenges.
Niger has challenges. Burkina Faso, Mali,
yes.
They also have challenges.
It does not diminish or take away that we are the giant of Africa. We don't need to make any fuss about it. Now, it is not about Nigeria in this case. Mr. President being the chair of ECOWAS. The only thing, I think, when the whole military push happened and how Africa Union, ECOWAS were talking about, do you remember Blessing, Doc? All the chief of military armed forces in all ECOWAS states and the support they are going to get from other African Union countries, they were ready. They were already having a meeting and mapping out strategy to go in. They were. And the tension was so high. Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, was just in the eye of the storm. He was just taking his word. The northern Nigerians were, on his neck, on Mr. President's neck. We can't go in. You can't do this. They are our brothers. In fact, Niger and Nigeria, and we share borders. There were lots of conversation. And of course, the president gave it to reason and sent in envoys from Nigeria. In fact, the Sultan in the north of Sokoto, who's going to serve as one of the prominent persons who went in to speak with the military administration. If I'm not mistaken, maybe Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi too. There are prominent people who went there to have conversation with the military administration. So if they are going to do this, they must understand that, look, when they were leaving ECOWAS, they said, I think it was said that the ECOWAS passport will still be used at the moment in time. It's not going to be restricted, but there is no reason to start carrying out other form of immigration restrictions because Nigerian traders are moving their goods from the border, from closed border Ilela, it's somewhere in the north. It's just an open border. It's not even a closed border into Niger Republic to carry out economic trade.
It is the Nigerians that are buying these goods. It's a thing of you need the goods. Yes. I supply you.
Okay, fine. Those few moments, those few weeks, when the president imposed the sanction, I'm not going to say the president of Nigeria, the chair of ECOWAS, imposed in sanction, and it is not a unilateral agreement. It was an agreement, it's a consensus coming from other member states as well, imposed a sanction. It hit hard on these countries, most especially in Niger that shares a border with Nigeria. So it will be good for them to maintain this cordial relationship, because if they take this too far or in this direction, they will be isolating themselves, and no country, no organization grows in isolation. No organization prospers in isolation. And it will be better for them to be our brothers, like the northern Nigerians were speaking to Mr. President, not to take that drastic action. Several times they have to put the military on hold not to go in. I think they should reciprocate that.
I'm going to take it from the aspect of the northern Nigeria advocating for peace and trying to prevail on the chairman of ECOWAS not to take military action against Niger. So that means there's a lot of close relations between Nigeria and Niger. I asked the question earlier, can we identify Nigerians in Nigeria? Aside from some, that when you look at them, the physical features, maybe the color, the texture of their hair, tells you these are not Nigerians. For some others, you can't actually distinguish because they speak the Hausa language. And because of the closeness of these two countries, sometimes there isn't even need for the passport some of them that are in Nigeria that we see on the streets, I wouldn't want to say what they do on the streets, but we see a lot of them on the streets. Okay, let me even say it because it's public knowledge. You see some of them on the streets, and it's not as if they have a home. They constitute to the number of destitutes that Nigeria has. For some of them, you can't even distinguish if they are Nigerians or Nigerians. It takes close look and study to say, okay, these are not Nigerians. By the time they come into clusters and they begin to speak their language, you can say this is not Hausa language. This is not, these are not, or some even northerners around can tell you, oh, these ones are not Nigerians. So, even when you talk about the passport thing, how many of them got into Nigeria with passports? Even with the ECOWAS passport.
Yeah, but you see,
now, how many Nigerians go to Niger using passport? Because of the closeness of the borders around that area, it's just almost like you're going to the next town or you're going to the next community. I think whether or not they're coming with such statements or that's the new development in the diplomatic relations between Nigeria and Niger, there will still be this interaction because of the several years of closeness, of communal living between communities at the border of Nigeria and Niger. At the same time, I would also want to say that where there is no fight, to instigate fights will not be in the favor of Niger. Because after the ECOWAS thing, Nigerians still treated them as you're part of us. There was no form of hostility showed. So to be hostile towards the rest part of Africa as if your grievance is with Africa, it will be an undoing. You are just three nations put together. I don't see how the three of you can survive without the rest of Africa. So to make the rest of Africa as enemies would not be wise. So I think that the Sahel states, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso should have a rethink in the way and manner they communicate, in the way they treat fellow Africans. Because if we go to the bottom of this issue, there was coup in Niger not because of other African countries.
Yeah, but
Mali and other countries wasn't because of African countries.
You should understand the sentiment. It's simple. In the whole of Africa, they're the only people wearing uniform to govern. Which is
right now,
which seems an aberration globally. So they are like men with leprosy that are not admitted into the committee of men because people feel that countries should go beyond really having to be governed by force, especially in 21st century. So it's out of fashion. What these guys are doing is just perpetuating themselves. Initially, when the convention started, they said, oh, well, we didn't like the way politics was going. We want to stabilize the system so that we can hand over
to the civilian government.
So if you remember within ECOWAS, what that means is that the pressure to hand over will be high. These boys have tasted the apple of power. And that is what it is. They have eaten that apple. The forbidden apple that Adam ate in the garden. And living...
But what was Eve that gave him that apple in this case? I'm just joking. Please go on.
So, leaving office now is going to be difficult.
So they have to come up with
any
form of ploy.
Anybody who will make it or put pressure on you to leave, you are finding a way to block out everybody. But I think it's going to be short-lived. Because if at the end of the day, the people are not getting value for their lives,
they will revolt.
Somebody who is younger than him in the army too will come
revolt, yes.
And then, of course, you find that it will be not good for anybody, really.
Okay.
But the system itself will vomit them at the end of the day, because if they are not as popular as they should be, of course, there will be an open protest. We can't kill everybody to govern. So you get to that point where your society too will force you out of government. I think what they should be doing is finding ways to add value to the lives of the people and reduce the element of force in governance, so that people can be given freedom of expression, freedom to live their lives without necessarily becoming an obstacle to public.
Okay. I think the way they're going about it is very typical of military regime. That's why it is said that even the worst of democratic rule is better than military rule. Because the approach a military regime would take is very different from that which a civilian regime would take. By the nature of a military regime, they are hostile in nature and they're very forceful. Because this decision that they're taking, is it a well-carried decision? Do their citizens want this to happen?
Okay, so first of all, when the coup happened, we could see rejoicing in the streets. Nigerians were celebrating. And you see, this is one aspect that one tends to look at this whole thing. Not only Nigerians, Africans. Our expectation of the governing elite is very high. And when they fall below that standard, they will go for any other alternative that is available. And it is dangerous for the political elite. And so they need to...
And also dangerous for the people.
For the interest of... So even if they can't meet the standard, they just need to make sure they set a standard that the people can say, okay, we can make do with this, because it gives hope that better things are going to come ahead. That's one aspect I want to look at it from. On the other aspect, I want to look at it from economic development and business-wise. Doc, now that there was an analysis being given that at the moment in time there was 17 African countries or 17 countries that Nigerians can go to without visa. But these 3 countries that are pulling out, the Sahel countries, since they are leaving, and Niger is beginning to implement or to bring out a form where immigration laws are being tightened and Nigerians will be restricted. Some of the people that spoke in that report were traders. And they were beginning to, to give out how it is, blocking their trade and hindering their businesses from shipping goods and products from Nigeria border crossing to the Nigerian border. If this is going to impact the economy, the market is in Nigeria. I will not say the market in the products here are in Nigeria and needs to be ferried across the border for us to carry out services and make these provisions available to the people. If that is stopped, or there's a restriction that hinders the free flow of trade between both Nigeria and these 3 countries, it's going to tell on employment, it's going to tell on businesses, and the government will have another issue to deal with. Now, it's also going to tell on Nigerians, because these goods can't cross. And if they are going to cross, the government will be considering if it is going to be a reality tariff on these 3 states.
You see, the thing is, if you look at ancient history, what you find that how nations fight those days is that they build a siege around another city. If you want to conquer a state, you build a siege around it. You don't even need to enter. After a certain time, when food is no longer entering and food is not coming out, there will be implosion. So somehow, and that's why I said, whatever it is that they are taking is not in their own interest, because they need us more than we need them. If it were Cameroon now, you'll be able to say, okay, there's Southern Cameroon. There's no Southern or Northern Niger. Niger is the same. The Sahel has done huge deal on Niger. They need food from Nigeria. And that was why when you had scarcity of grain sometime last year, Kano government says, even then they should not come to buy around.
Yeah.
So it's not for their good to start a fight with ECOWAS. And I think whoever that is advising them, because you see the footprint of Russia around there, they will know that when they push, come to shove, Russia will not be there to give them free meal. So I think they should borrow common sense, at least from the Republicans in America. Maybe it will help them to be able to live well.
That's a very funny one. Doc, you said a lot of funny things while we talk about the Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso situation. I call it the situation because it's almost like So you live in a community, and then in that community, you own a house. So maybe one other person owns a house, the other one owns a house. So you say, okay, because we're very close to each other, let's just create a fence here. So nobody comes to this side of the community. We don't also want to go to the other side. You can do more with interacting more with people. There is more profit in multilateral cooperation than you saying we want to be everything to ourselves. My question to Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso is that, are you saying now that you would not have, or your citizens would not have need to travel to those other ECOWAS countries? So they too will need passport. So it's 3 versus the rest number, where the others just need 3 new passports, 1 to Mali, 1 to Niger, 1 to Burkina Faso. You'll be needing maybe as high as 14. So you will do more work in trying to cope with your new decision than other persons would trying to adjust to your new role. So I think there shouldn't be shallow reasoning in this. It shouldn't be a thing of you are scratching too much and then you're bleeding because you have an itch. So there should be some sense in calculating this. What do we stand to gain? What do we stand to lose? Let bygones be. Because even ECOWAS had reached out to say, well, maybe the approach we took in the first place wasn't the way to go. Can we make amends? Can we reason this out? And then you blocked out all forms of negotiation, communication. I think it should be time for DJ and the other countries to think about what they stand to lose. Part of the reason why gas, liquefied natural gas, and petrol became expensive in Nigeria at the time was because some dealers found that it was more expensive in Niger. And so they were smuggling it out of Nigeria because they were making more returns there. So if you even block all of this, it gives the government a good chance to say these things that you're taking out, that's not even enough for our people in the first instance, take it back. So it means those goods that were going out of Nigeria to Niger, if they are coming back into Nigeria, we will have more. And maybe the prices of goods and services may just reduce. So Nigerians will be the better for it at the end of the day. So I think it is enough wisdom given out to these 3 countries. They can now count their teeth with their tongue and know that the yam that they've seen in the forest will not be enough for them to eat, to say to their parents, eat yours, let's eat ours. We're all Africans, and speaking in proverbs and then idioms is it's an African thing. So we've spoken to each other this way. I think that the understanding is very clear and we know what to do henceforth. But I think to all Africans, we should embrace trade, we should embrace relations with each other more. Allowing some foreign country come in between us will not do us any good. We're better together. We're better doing business, trading with one another, than creating unnecessary restriction to the flow of business and interactions amongst Africans. All right, to take a break. After this time, it will be policy discourse. Bullying will be one of our first conversations. I don't know who's bullying each other here, if it's ECOWAS or Niger that is now becoming the bully. But we'll talk about bullying after this break.
Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Yes, it is Policy Discuss right now, and we will be talking about bullying in schools. So, bullying in schools has been an age-long nemesis, if you like call it that. Nemesis because it is seen as something that starts and then it grows, comes back to the person who could have made a change or who trained the bully. So, it's an age-long nemesis that many people have survived, but the torment never actually leaves. A child is the bully and a child is the bullied. So both the victim and the perpetrator, they are all children. In cases where you have bullying in schools, mostly. That is not to say that bullying is restricted to children. You have adults bullying adults. But today we're going to look at children bullying other children. So attention and support can be given to the child. So how can a society prevent bullying and help both the bully and the bullied? The federal government, through the Ministry of Education, has taken some steps to curtail the incidence of bullying in schools. So the Federal Ministry of Education on Tuesday announced that it has established a 7-member committee to address bullying in all Nigerian schools, reinforcing its commitment to student welfare and a safe learning environment. The committee will be mandated to review reported cases and ensure swift action, complementing the 21-member team working on a national policy on anti-bullying. To facilitate confidential reporting, the government has introduced a hotline 0901-266-0044. That's the hotline. Or an email antibullying@education.gov.ng and a WhatsApp number which is 0805-253-6133. to report such cases. As the conversation goes on, this information will be on the scroll bar, so you can just get it in if you're a parent, your guardian, or even a school teacher, and you want to be able to report any incident of bullying in your school. But let's look at what we said bullying is. It's an age-long nemesis. Now, we call it that because, or I call it that because, if you look at where these children come from, many of them come from homes, whether they have their parents there or their guardian, but there is an adult watching over them before they leave for school. And when they get to the school, they have teachers. There is a school authority that is put there to ensure that they are well behaved. But somehow, we find that there are cases of bullying. Sadly, in some cases, that's led to the death of the bullied. So this is a very serious matter. We have Bright Kemal-Soude, who is an alumni of Parents Engagement Lead and African Leadership University, African Leadership College of Higher Education. It joins virtually and is our guest today. Good morning, Bright Kemal-Soude.
Hi, good morning. Good to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning.
Okay, so I'm sure you heard what I was saying, that bullying is an age-long nemesis. Do you agree with that? What would you define bullying as?
For me, really, it's the word age-long nemesis is something that's been there. Honestly, I was bullied in school while I was in secondary school. I went to a boarding school, and that's something that's been in existence long before now. But not to follow up on all of the various interviews we can definitely get on Google or, of course, other learning materials. For me, I would love to say that bully is anything that we do to someone to make them uncomfortable, right? It could go whichever way. It could be from somebody older to someone younger, or even someone younger to someone older. It doesn't really mean. But the fact that you're doing something that takes away that person's confidence, that takes away the person's well-being, that can be termed bullying.
About bullying in schools, and the Federal Ministry of Education's approach to it is to create a hotline through which these cases can be reported. What do you think should happen? Does it start and end with reporting? Should we take it back to where these children are coming from?
Great question, right? Great question. I would first of all say thank you to the Federal Ministry of Education for even thinking about doing this in the first place. think there's interference. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. But like your question says, long ago, this thing has been existing and nothing has been done. And the truth is, while the Federal Ministry of Education would have put in some structures around this in terms of reporting, it's not just about reporting. Reporting is one of the majors. I mean, I've worked across different levels of the academic sector. I've worked in low-cost private schools, public schools in low-income communities, international secondary school, and currently I'm working in higher education. And the question that comes to mind is, how do all of these different schools, right, in their different contexts, utilize the structure that the Federal Ministry of Education has put in? We still have our challenges around technology. I've worked in schools where there are no mobile phones in those communities. I mean, if you turn on a Zoom call in your classroom, you have all of the school students running to you as though they are just seeing something magical for the first time in their life. Bullying happens in those communities as well. So how do they fit into this situation? It's something that, I mean, the Ministry of Education needs to also look at and see how we can trickle it down to education systems that are also across those communities that might not really have, of course, quality internet services as well as technology know-how, right? But the truth is, beyond all of these structures that the Federal Ministry of Education has put in place, something I would love to share is the fact that it's also very, very important for us to take this back to the basics where it begins from. The place of the home, right? What are we doing as parents? For the bully, who your child has been bullied, what are you putting in structure to ensure that your child is that person that speaks up when this happens, and then you know how to actually help this child, right? Because of course it does have its negative impact. And again, for the child who is a bully, what are the structures that are being put in place as parents? For instance, I'm a parent and then I know that my child is a bully. A couple of concerns, a couple of complaints have come in from school saying that XYZ child has always bullied his or her classmates. What am I putting in place as well to ensure that my child, right, does not live out to become somebody who takes these traits even onwards? So again, we go back to something that is the family structure. What are parents really doing? What are we putting in place? How are we teaching our children the negative impacts of these things that they do, right? So while we would say, yes, there is some structure that needs to be in place from the Ministry of Education, like you said, reporting is one of it. I'm saying that technology is also a struggle we have in this country, but we need to also put all of these structures. Something that comes to mind that I think we can do in this as well is integrating people into understanding what bullying can lead to, what it can cause, what are the dangers around it, right? And that goes around doing some very basic things that might not even be too expensive. What about engagement in communities, community engagement, right? What about looking at structures where teachers from time to time have engagements with their parents during PTA meetings to teach them how they can even identify that their kids are bullies, right? There are these things that you can identify. These traits are not just there. It's not your child speaking out, right? There's a difference when your child is speaking out and when your child is a bully. So how do we balance all of this is a concern that comes to mind as we're saying, well done to the Federal Ministry of Education, and there's still a lot that has to be done.
Thank you, Bright, for those very insightful early comments. We seem to also live in a culture of silence where people really see things bad and they don't want to talk about it. That's one side. And there's also a culture in some of these secondary schools where it is taken as normal. And those who are bullied are threatened not to even report these things, and they are afraid to report, because I had my children in public schools and nobody ever told me one day they were bullied, but they actually were bullied. Their provisions were taken from them, and these things are not done in the open. They are done in the darkness of the night, or sometimes at the back of the hostels where nobody is watching and the person is warned. Do you think that just putting lines in place is enough remedy, or there needs to be a way to monitor what is happening in the school real time so that people can have control these various acts?
Thank you very much. Right, that's a very great question. I really think that beyond just the structure of call lines, like I've said earlier on, there has to be some deep integrations. And this is what happens, right? I was bullied in school, and up until today, my parents did not know I was bullied. Like, I fought for myself in school. I needed to survive being bullied. And then I moved on, right? And then there's the culture of the consciousness of when, especially for those who have gone through boarding school, when you're in junior days, you look forward to being a senior so that you can also relinquish the suffering that was given to you while you were a junior. And so, but these kids don't know that they're actually living out the system of being bullied and then bullying others like they've been bullied, right? So yes, beyond this, things that needs to be done, there needs to be some clear-cut consequences for what should be done when someone is bullied by a fellow student. Clear-cut consequences. The reason why our children would definitely not come to us as parents to say, oh, this is what is happening to me at school, is because then as parents, when you get to the school, you report to the head of school. The head of school called the attention of the so-called child who is the bully, and probably a couple of flogs, right? And that's all. And then the system continues. I get beaten 2 times more than I was for even reporting. And I don't want to speak anymore because it looks like nobody's going to come save me. We need to put in key structures. What happens to a bully and what happens to the bullied? It needs to be clear. When you bully a child, there are a couple of things that happens, right? The child goes into isolation. It affects his or her mental well-being. It affects the way they think. It affects the way they communicate. They begin to isolate themselves. And these kids end up becoming very dangerous individuals as they grow up to become adults. It could be as parents or even in their workplaces where they are also carrying out this act of bullying others, right? So it's very, very important that we put clear-cut consequences for the person that is bullied, that is bullying others. When this is done and when this is carried out to the later, we would see people want to change. So you most likely would keep getting people bullying more students in school because there's nothing that would happen. It might interest you to know that in some schools, you go and report to the principal, and then the principal is saying, oh, it's a normal thing. Even me, I was bullied when I was in school. Please, that's not a big deal. Yes, your senior ate your provision. So what has that done? Are you dead? So it means that we are even fanning the culture of bullying in our school without us knowing, right? And so, that is one clear thing. I personally don't believe that the core lines are enough measures. I also think that there needs to be some sort of structure in terms of what mental well-being for those who have been bullied. Yes, so if I get to report a case to you, what happens next to the person who is a bully? And then what happens to the person who has been bullied? How do we reintegrate them into our system to ensure that they don't have those emotional distress that they would face, those mental issues and challenges that they might face? Most of them will be afraid to even engage in the community at a larger space. For instance, when we got this conversation started, there was even the conversation beyond this happening in school. And so as people keep growing, you see them withholding to themselves, you see them not talking, you see them not engaging more, and you say, oh, I'm just an introvert. They're not introverts. They've passed through a system of bullying where it feels that the only way they can actually survive is keep short, stay calm, come into yourself, stay in your space, so you don't even interact with so many people. So yes, it's one thing to have the lines, but then we need to be clear as to what will happen to the bully, and then what are the measures we are putting in place to ensure that the person who has been bullied feel loved, feel supported, and then they begin to get back into their real self and get into the systems the way it should be. I think that's the way to go. And I also think that in terms of policy implementation, this is something that should cut across the entire length and breadth of the country, right? So this might be, to an extent, carried out in public schools.
Can you hear me?
But how are we really checking this out in the private schools as well?
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I didn't want you to go ahead of that part about policy. Before we get there, I actually wanted to maybe ask a few. I wish I could ask you like 1,000 questions before we start talking about the policy aspect. Now, sometimes some persons behave and actually carry out bullying, but they themselves don't know that they are bullying other people. Because in our society, I went to a public school, and the kind of school I went to, if you are not someone, okay, I'm talking about the secondary school, if you are not someone, a grown-up guy that fights, if you're not someone, not only fighting, that wield lethal weapons like knife to threaten your other students, to part away with their possessions. You will not be celebrated. You will be seen, the one who parts with his, his goods is seen as being weak, who cannot stand up for him or herself. And even the teachers and the authorities will see that, okay, yes, this is a norm. You should be able to stand up for yourselves. So in that kind of in disguised way of promoting bullying, do you think that we need psychiatrists, or the government should not only put on lines, but get psychiatrists to be also teachers in these schools? And how can we bring down this social expectation where everyone thinks, that act of bullying is now being misunderstood as, being a man or being a young boy who is actually, walking in his strength?
Thank you very much. That's a very, very well thought question. I would first of all start with the fact that this has to do with our cultural context, right? I think the first thing to unpack this danger in our current day life is the stigmatization against seeking help. The stigmatization is there, right? Especially for the males, right? When you go out to ask for help, you're looked at somebody that is weak. So the first thing is we need to work against stigmatization. There is nothing wrong with you being a calm person and you don't want to get yourself involved in any negative issues or any mess in school that will get you into trouble. So for instance, I went to a private school in Nigeria, Madonna University, and then, you can understand the context of what it is like. You get expelled for things that you do against fellow students that would kind of like disrupt their learning and affect them. And of course, there's nothing wrong in that context for me to seek help because the school already has a structure where it is clear as to what has to be done. You don't bully your colleagues, you don't do this, you don't do that. There are set rules and regulations, right? So the problem we have, first of all, is a cultural context where we celebrate bullying. The teacher celebrates it, the head of school celebrates it, your fellow classmates celebrates it. They see you as a weakling, that's why you're seeking help. We need to work against that stigmatization and to make everybody understand that no, there's nothing wrong with seeking help. There's nothing wrong with XYZ not wanting to be these group of people. Hello, can you hear me? 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 Can you hear me?
The conversation that has been put on the table from our interaction with Bright came also there. So it's a two-way traffic. There are those who are bullies and there are those who are being bullied. A number of factors contribute on whichever side of the divide that a child is on. For those who are being bullied, it may seem like the environment aids bullying, whether at home or in the school. And then for those who become bullies, the environment too may also aid them. Let's take the home, for instance. A child that has siblings and is a bully at school, sometimes they start with their siblings at home.
Not at all.
I said sometimes.
You see,
they may start with their siblings at home.
See,
in the way they pass out instructions to other siblings, in the way they act, parents may just feel like that's their personality.
I feel it's a very big issue. I had my children in 2 public schools, and I can tell you how it feels. What you see at home
is different.
It's different completely.
But sometimes it is even seen at home.
No. You see, it is when they get to that point they have become bullied, they actually transfer it to the home.
Sometimes it also starts in the home.
No.
I have seen some children in the home setting display tendencies of bullies.
If you do it the time you are entering SS1, you are bullied. You can't be a bully. Even from
very tender age.
This is what
you can see the tendencies.
This is what I want you to understand. At that age at home, parents are doing all they can to ensure that these children are fine. And when they get to school, they take it. In short, my children used to say they are chesting it and waiting for their time. I remember having to go to a PTA meeting, and I was saying to the vice principal, I leave my child with you. So he can't be testing everything. He says it's normal. Because the culture in the school is what is encouraging the bully. Sometimes when parents are told that their children bully, they cannot believe their ears. And I remember the last time in one of our private school, one of the sons that was said to be a bully, if you see this boy on a natural day, you will think he's a saint. He can't hurt a fly, whether at home, whether in church. But in school, he's a terror. It's because the environment in school is actually what is creating it. Now, when they get to that class where they are now the bullies, this incident, they can even transfer it to even bully their parents. Because the thing has entered into the blood. And I think it's the school environment that creates these things. Me, I was even thinking that the minister, before thinking of hotlines, the first thing he should do is put cameras on the hostels.
Let's have evidence.
Yes, of course, so that people can see what's happening. Let the whole environment in school, those blind spots where those things happen, then you put the camera so principal can see directly. Or somebody can be appointed who monitors that camera and see this thing happen. So, you see, the porters are there. They pay blind eye to see some of all these things happen. So
it has become normal, so they don't really care.
So putting deterrence in place, like Bryce said, is the starting point, not the hotline. That when it even gets to a virtual where the hotline is, and I hope that when they make that call, that somebody will pick the call eventually, it is to see that, there are two things.
I wasn't disagreeing with that. I laughed because sometimes when we put whistleblower mechanisms, we don't also put in a complementary arrangement to ensure that the whistleblower's information is taken up. There are times there is a whistleblower line or even an arrangement. So the whistleblower is then saddled with the responsibility of not just informing or making a report, but is saddled with the burden of providing proof, evidence. Meanwhile, the person or the authority to which you are making the report, they just sit idle and say, this is happening. Okay, send us this, send us this, send us that information. We want audio evidence, we want video evidence. And the question is, you that is in that office, what is your role? What is the response that you are supposed to make when an intelligence information is shared with you? That's one question. I understand that our guest, Bright came out today, is back with us. And then still on the children at home. Yes, some children may be able to hide it very well from their parents and guardians that they are bullies. But don't you think, or have you seen, where a child is a bully or have the tendencies, but these tendencies have not had the opportunity to be developed, to show up? It's at home. In the way the child relates with other children in the compound or in the neighborhood, in the way the child relates with siblings and even sometimes the parents, you could sense that this child can be a bully. Are there cases like that? Hello, Bright, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me? Like that, really. We can't take away the factor of the family being a place of growth and development, especially for the early stages of a child, right? And so when we talk about the family end, I think people really look at it in the context of you have 3 kids, and then how does one of your child becomes a bully when you already put in lots of structures in your home and you're doing everything right to ensure that, of course, your home is a safe place for your children. But let's look at it from the context of your home is just one of the homes among other homes in your locality where your children engage, right? So, of course, in my compound currently, I have 4 kids, and then my kids, of course, even discuss with elderly people as young as they are. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? And they have those conversations. And imagine how they engage with their colleague, their age mates when they play outside, right? The kind of things that they do. They're pushing themselves, maybe because a reaction that shouldn't be as a result of something that maybe a little child, let's say, Robo has done something wrong to Bright, and then Bright has to go physical around it. and nobody is correcting. Parents are around, we are watching and say, oh, they are just children, just allow them, they are growing. Of course, that is the way we are modeling that child to become a bully. We didn't correct that child when he did that to Robo. We probably did not correct that child when he did that to a Root or even did that to Simon. We just felt that it was some stage of development and that we outgrow it. Like you said, those become hidden threats in those children. And then when they get themselves in an environment that aids and abates bullying, they become an actual bully, because then that environment gives them all that they need to be able to thrive as a bully, right? The support is there. And so you see them really living the act of bullying because the environment is there. So like I said before my internet went off, it's really important that we take off that area of stigmatization. It's really affecting us. Let's give room for people to come out and speak when they are bullied. And really, especially in public schools, I don't know what the structure looks like. I went to a public school. It wasn't good. There was nothing you could do for yourself. You literally just have to pray to get to senior secondary school 3 or 2, where it feels like you're on top of the game and you can bully others. That's just what you do. You either survive or you get out of the system, right? So while our private schools might have some structures, the minister needs to, again, come up with those team members and relook some measures. I'm even thinking around educational programs. How are we creating awareness around this? Let's not assume that people know what bully is. Let's assume they don't even know. And we're starting from the basics. We're creating programs that teach students on bully, what this is, what are the impacts, what it can lead to. We're also doing the same awareness program for even educators who are in schools, those that work in the local government sectors, and every aspect, stakeholders, even engaging with parents. And then we move into creating the support system. If Bright is bullied and Bright comes up, how do we support him in a way that Bright will be able to speak tomorrow? Not in a way that it looks as though you are supporting me, but again, it's a shady way. You're just making me feel like I'm weak when I'm supposed to stand up and fight my mates. You're telling me to come and report. And when you do that to me, you victim shame me, I'm not going to come again. The next thing I will do is I try to see if I can fight for myself. And if I can't, I just keep being the one that is going to be bullied all through my stay, right? Then let's also, of course, the third will be community engagement. And this cuts across everybody. Educators, parents, all key stakeholders in the education sector needs to be integrated into a structure that helps solve this. Because whether we like it or not, we are all involved. We are either having the child who is being bullied or our children are the bullies. It's not a spiritual something. There's no spirits out there. These are physical individuals, human beings, children who are not properly trained, or environmental factors that are affecting them, and then they are kind of like at living these negative things that we don't want to see in them. Those are some structures. I think policies and legislation, this is a longer conversation around this, but we must really think about what the consequences are, right? When you do this, this is what you have to pay for doing this, right? And for the other person who is bullied, this is how we need to ensure that this person is better supported, to ensure that they feel free, they want to go to school. At the time, for me, I was not going to school. I mean, my dad is late. He doesn't even know this happens. I and my younger brother would trek from the house like we were going to school, and then we remember that those boys would actually be waiting for us somewhere. And so we decided that, you see, today, we'll just stay on one side of the road and won't go to school. Because if we get to that school, it's going to be crazy. We'll be bullied, and there's no way, except we want to start fighting them. Then a couple of times we reported to my dad, he came to school, but that didn't change much because there are no structures in place against the bully. So it's more or less like your child is weak. That's why your child always comes to report to us on these issues. Why not stand up for himself? No, we don't want people that stand up for themselves and automatically become bullies, because again, you're going to have them as bosses who will be bullying their colleagues at work, who will be bullying their subordinates, who will be bullying their wives or husbands, as the case may be. And then we have a very dysfunctional society. And
hello, Kemasode. One more. Hello. Yes, thank you very much. Please, whilst we are talking about bullying and why children shouldn't do that, or young boys, including ladies, shouldn't do that, there is something, and I need you to tell me if this is wrong or if it's right. As a father, you give birth to children, young boys and ladies, maybe girls. You expect there's a point in time that these children, of course, are not going to be at home all the time. There's going to be a time where they will be out there in the public without you being there to protect them or to watch over them. And boys need to become boys. Girls will need to become girls. At some form in time in society, they will need to stand up for themselves, to speak for themselves. And I dare hard. And that's why I say I need you to correct me, even when it comes to fisticuff and fighting. In my days, when the fight starts, I run. Okay? Now, and you don't want your children to just keep running all the time whenever push comes to shove. They are their age mates. And they are going to bully them. And what advice are you going to give? Because if they don't stand up for themselves, like children, they carry that act from when they are teenagers. Then they get to the university and it continues. Because maybe when they stand up for themselves once or twice or 3 times, it will send a message to the one who is carrying the act of bullying to probably maybe retrieve. When do we draw the line? When you need to stand up for yourself and to just chest it or suck it up in and just walk away?
That's a very, very intelligent question. I personally don't believe that it has to be chested in, right? I just believe that a couple of things we need to do is, first of all, not normalize violence. We need to note when we are normalizing violence and where we are not normalizing violence, right? I personally don't believe that a child needs, in standing up as a definition, standing up does not mean going physical. I would see a conscious standing up in this generation to be going mental. How do I know when this is really affecting my academics, is affecting the way I communicate, is affecting the way I see my community, my classroom, my society, and this is the right time to speak up? I would say standing up to be speaking up, reporting of who the bully is, what this person has been doing, and of course, going extra measures to ensure that I get my safety in place. That's what I would see as a good way to stand up. I wouldn't want us to normalize violence as a great way to stand up, because the dangers of that would be we are unconsciously creating a circle of what we are trying to solve. Yes, we want our kids to stand up. If possible, somebody slaps you, and then you slap back to prove that, yes, you shouldn't slap me. There are a couple of things that could happen that I don't think we should even get into in this conversation. Maybe the child that you slapped and you're slapping back has some medical challenges, and that the bully now in this case, who actually had slapped you first, slumps and die. The conversation is going to change. Nobody's going to care if you were bullied. The story changes immediately. So I would want standing up in this generation to be something around mental as against physical. Speaking out clearly, knowing what to do per time, knowing who to go to when you're bullied, having that place where you feel safe at home to be able to talk to your parents that this is what I'm going through, and I don't think I want to continue in XYZ school. That doesn't mean you are weak because you're not fighting back, but then you are a better person, right? Because yes, I would prefer that for my child as against my child going physical. So for instance, I have a 16-year-old, and then we were having conversations recently where she said, see, that there are a couple of guys that keeps following me in this street whenever I go out to buy something. I'm tired. What do I do? And then I was like, unfortunately, as you keep growing up, I won't be able to follow you everywhere because I'm trying to safeguard you. But now let's think of a couple of things we can do. We get you a pepper spray, right? That you can keep close in case if you get into danger. You want us to start thinking about the possibility of learning some karate so that you can also defend yourself. That's like in extreme cases. So the question is, what are we also putting in place for our children as parents? So that when they are bullied in the society, like you said, they're able to stand for themselves, but they're not in a violent way. Because when push comes to shove and things change in terms of incidents, right? Like the example I just gave, the story is going to change. It's going to be XYZ slapped a child and the child slumped and died. Nobody's going to be asking, who slapped first? Who was the bully? Oh, he has been doing this in the last 3 years. Those are not going to come into the conversations anymore. So for me, really, I think standing up in this generation should be you really knowing when someone is bullying you and owning up to say, hey, man, that's not how it works here. Right? I'm not that kind of person. And something we didn't do in our time in terms of even standing up is, for me, I really did not engage my bully to let them know this is enough. You can't keep doing this to me. I was just running away. So, but just maybe if I had spoken out, right? And maybe not necessarily fighting them. You can't fight a crowd of like 15 boys if you are one or two in the street walking. In a secondary school. I'm looking at a public school context anyway, not necessarily a private school context, right? So I think that's what our definition of standing up should be. Know when this is really affecting you, know when to speak up, know who to go to. In terms of structures in place for our schools, we need to start looking at integrating technology into it. Those areas that look like the blind spots, cameras must be working. Thank God solar seems to be something that is springing up very fast in our society. How are we ensuring that those cameras, those videos are being looked into? For instance, in where I work in the African Leadership University, whenever something goes wrong on campus, all we need to do is go to the technical team, get a video out to check who has gone into that room today, all of the movements that has happened. That's the way to go. It reduces stress. As against probably we would have called all students to say, oh, something got missing today and we are looking for this. We're going to check your hostels. There are better ways to do these things now. I know we might say, oh, in terms of finances, maybe we are not financially buoyant as a nation to invest in that. But then the question is, do we want to have leaders tomorrow who would be bullies? If yes, then of course we don't need to invest in them. If no, then we need to start investing in them. All we are currently experiencing as a nation is because of our foundation, what it was like, what the structures were like, things that we said we didn't have money to put in place, to put in the right structures. And now we're praying about them when we shouldn't be praying about those things.
Again, looking at our society, there's this syndrome they call wait for your turn, which permeates almost every industry, whether it's in the banking, in the police, anywhere you find that, of course, where you have somebody who is at top, always being the one who called the shots, and every other person is asked to wait for their turn. Because what you see really, especially in the public school, is the fact that those who are bullied are also waiting for the days of their revenge. Outside technology and having people to report to, what kind of conversation should we be having with people at the lower level of school to say in their time we are not going to be bullied? Are there incentives that can be put in place for maybe peer review for those who are seniors who are not bullying, but also checkmating that juniors are not bullied?
That's a very great idea. I mean, it's something I didn't think about when we were having this conversation. It's really important that we put in structures in place that applaud those who are not bullying, right? That's also a way to kind of like stop this, right? I mean, beyond technology and all of those conversations around reporting and that, right? We need to come down to the grassroots, student to student. Like I said, we need to start having workshops even for our students. And this should not be a workshop where we actually have Bright coming from XYZ location to come talk to students. This should be workshops. This should be engagements happening across different schools where it is students themselves who have been able to find out what the impact of bully is. I mean, through examples. We have a couple of them that's happening in our society, even in our nation, Nigeria. And then we have these kids coming to school to share this across with their classmates, with their colleagues, putting in some very low-based structures that, again, when you check on this, it's not really cost effective, right? You're having an anti-bully day or an anti-bully week where you have students on day one of that week, students of your own schools. Imagine we're having an anti-bully week, and then you have students who are actually bullied but participating in an anti-bully walk in XYZ city, right? Imagine how it looks. You slowly changing their mindset, because we also want to think around how the attitude of bully is also a part of your mind, the way you think, the way you do things, and what you see from what you do. You might not see it as being that you're bullying, but the truth is that's what you're doing. And so imagine a bully participating in a walk against bully. That's day one. We have taken a stroll. Let's take, for instance, let us say that I stay. We've taken a stroll around the city of Warri. And then, yeah, we're all excited. We're sharing about how our experience went. That was day one. Day two, we bring in, of course, like we're having now in this show, individuals who can really tell what the negative impacts are on bully and what it has led to. What are the statistics? How many deaths have we seen in Nigeria and in other places? How has this impacted even the nation in terms of economy, right? And then we're having this conversation in schools where we have our students seated. And then we're moving to day 3. I think all of this needs to bring some sort of creativity. Teachers going out of their way to be creative. There are no one ways to solving these problems, really.
Let's look at this report system now that is being created by the Ministry of Education. So there are hotlines through which students and parents and teachers, school authorities can report bullying. What do you expect to be the follow-up action when bullying is reported? For some schools, it's outright expulsion when investigations are done. But is it enough to push the child who is the bully out of the system?
So that's where we really need to look at structures around this. Like I said, consequences, right? There's something called a first-time offender, right? And then, of course, somebody who's been doing this over and again. We also want to be able to keep track of students in our school. When Bright is moving from XYZ public school to XYZ public school, regardless, where is Bright coming from? What is Bright like in the school that he was in the last 3 years? Why is Bright probably leaving? We need to do our work in a proper way to be able to ascertain that, Bright needs to change school because his parents and family has changed location. And again, even if Bright is actually changing school because he's a bully, for instance, do we as an institution where he's coming to has a structure in place to be able to support him? Because you made a very great point. Yes, XYZ student is a bully. We expel him from bullying for bullying other students. I mean, parents would say, thank God, this person has finally left. My child will not be free. But then what happens to that child who has been expelled? Does that change him or that makes him a worse individual? It's something we want to think. So I'm really thinking of a structure where expulsion is important, but at what stage would that happen? Right? For first offenders, what are we doing? Is it suspension? And even beyond suspension, how do you imbibe some level of consequence that students really feel what they've done and then they are really sober for it? When I was in public school, in terms of working in the primary and then secondary school, and building consequences in my class, ensuring that my class has a proper well-being environment, one of my consequences is I take away from a child what they love. I don't assume that you need to tell the child to kneel down. That's not going to work. I say a child that loves sports, and when he or she does something negative, we take away sports from that child, right? And then you see how that child feels the remorse because this is something he or she loves. So this is something that we need to put our all in as teachers, as principals. I mean, as you were asking that question, I was wondering, why is a principal of a school picking up a mobile phone to call the hotlines of the Federal Ministry of Education? Does it mean that the principal could not put in some structures in place in his or her own school? I think going to the Federal Ministry of Education or the hotline would be at really high level of bullying. Maybe something really serious has happened, and then, of course, we would need their intervention. But then, if I'm the minister, that's a question I was going to ask. So, Mr. Eze, who is the principal of SYZ school, what are the structures you put in place to stop this in the first place, even before calling our hotlines? I think the hotlines will better be suited for students who are being bullied, maybe parents who want to take it to an higher level than educators themselves, right? I would rather prefer educators themselves reworking their classroom, engaging with their children, students, to make them understand, pupils, what the impact of this is, right? And then we keep cascading this at a scale level where it becomes like a public conversation where people really see that bullying is not a way to go, and then everybody is involved in working against this. Not also to shame the bullied, but to help them. Some of the things that could also lead to someone being a bully is seeking attention. They want to be noticed. They want to be known. Psychologically, we are going back to the conversation. Why is this child always doing the negative things to be noticed? And because they want to be known. Could it be that back home in the family there's no love? Could it be that in the society where they are growing is a very distorted environment where you have adults smoking, a lot of things happening, and then they just need a place that is sane. And it seems like the school environment is a place that is a bit sane, but I need more attention to be able to make me develop into a better human being. And so I need to be a bully. There are questions we need to ask, right? We need to get in psychologists into this. I think that was a question that came earlier in the conversation. I'm personally thinking if you're not going to employ their services in our schools, then that is going to be some sort of professional development programs that should be in place for our educators. At what level do you need to go for this? At what time do you need to go for this? So there are lots of conversation around this. And of course, it's not like if we put all of this in place today, things are going to change right away. But the truth is, we would have moved from where we are currently to a place where parents will be confident enough to say, if my child is in XYZ public school, I am sure he or she is safe.
Oh, do you think having a department manned by psychologists in school really doing guidance and counseling? Because what we see today in most schools, guidance and counseling is all about what career children can follow. Will it be of help if we'll have psychologists actually in school who can actually help deprogram the mind of some of these bullies?
Yes, that's a very great question. I think we need to rethink what guidance and counseling is in our public schools, right? This is the time where we need to rethink it. It goes beyond career sets. There's a conversation about the future of work, where even teachers in schools are teaching kids for jobs that will be existing in the next 5-10 years that we don't even know what those jobs will be called, right? So it means that cuts across all departments. In all honesty, I don't think that guidance and counseling is even the way it used to be when we were in school and even the older generations. Yes, it was more around career then, but I think it has really been watered down even in recent times. So we need to revisit guidance and counseling. We need to structure it in a way that it caters for all of these needs, right? The needs of when you are being bullied, the needs of sexual violence. It needs to be a robust department that sits in issues like this, right? So when we're even looking at maybe a disciplinary department, I would think that would be the right place, because first of all, even if we are going to expel you, there needs to be somebody who is going to talk to you to make you understand what you have done. You need to first of all understand what you have done, the impact of what you have done, and why we are taking this decision against you. And if you should even think that we shouldn't take this decision, is there something we should do differently that would better? So we need to rework that system. I think that this is a call to the Federal Ministry of Education, and I think education authority across Africa, that we need to start beginning to think around doing our education to suit us. There's something we call doing by learning in the African Leadership University, where our students, even at first year, are already experiencing internship opportunities. These individuals are already working while they are first year students. So by the time they are graduating from the university, most of them have at least a year and a half work experience. Imagine what that does to them, right? So there needs to be an overhauling. We need to think of an education system where we are creating it to suit our need as a people. Not necessarily.
All right, Bright. Yeah, thank you very much. I actually just want to ask two questions, and I hope you can do justice to it in a very short period of time. I want to know if bullying is what, metamorphoses into cultism in a higher institution, and I also want to know if bullying exists in the place of work.
Those are very interesting questions. So, straight answers, like you said, I think we're having limited time. Of course, bullying metamorphosis, and then so because I'm seeking safety, right? I need to go to a place where I would be able to be safe. So definitely, people would get themselves involved in cultic activities, even in secondary school. So as you ask that question, I'm kind of like reflecting back to my days in secondary school. I mean, it might not necessarily be a name of a cult per se, but then you have this group of guys working together, and then you give them their space. They're bullying you, you don't mind, because if you get into their space, you're going to be in trouble. It does metamorphose into cultism. There's no two ways about it, because you need to keep growing in that attitude of bullying. It's something that now gives you some sort of pleasure, seeing people in pain, seeing that you are in a place of authority above people, and not just people, your age mates. So that gives them some sort of like happiness, right? Not really understanding the negative impact that might be on the person that's being bullied. So definitely, that's what is skyrocketing the need for courtism in school, even for the bullied. Because then the question is, if James, who bullied me, is a member of a cult, and me, I am not a cult, maybe that's why I'm being bullied. Does it mean I should go and join a cult? So that's a question that runs through the mind of a child. They wouldn't want to go back home to have that conversation with their parents. And yes, maybe after having conversations with their friends, they're like, oh, we need to be safe on campus. So the earlier we join XYZ group, the better for us. We cannot keep being the ones that are being bullied all the time, right? And of course, that person also graduates from the institution. And your question is, are we going to see that in the workplace? We're certainly going to see that in the workplace, because the person has lived this life for a long time, right? It has become a part of him or a part of her. They've been bullying people from when they were in high school to their university days. And of course, now that they are working, it might not be structured as bully, but you see the way they handle things with their subordinates. You see how distorted and dysfunctional the department is because XYZ is heading the department. They are bullied, right? There might be different names for them if you want to look at it from the HRO perspective. But the truth is, this is something that has grown in that person's life. And that's the more reason why we need to take a stop and know that this is not just about the bullied alone. It's also about the bully. How do we ensure that we are able to create a system that helps both individuals, so they don't get to a situation in life where it is affecting both parties and they become individuals that they shouldn't be, or it's also limiting them from becoming what they ought to have been if they didn't have to pass through that part of bullying and being the bully.
As a parent, are there signs you should watch out for in your child to know that the child is being bullied, or perhaps there may be some problems in schools? Because we've seen cases where it became a very sad situation and there was no remedy for the child until the life of the child was lost. That was when the parents got to know that the child was being bullied. Some will say, I don't want to go to school, and parents say you have to go to school. So what are the signs to look out for so that parents can pay close attention to their children just in case they are being bullied, and what should be the follow-up action?
There are different signs that you can look at for, right? Ranging from, of course, depression, low self-esteem, especially for low self-esteem. If you have a child who is more outspoken and then you see them retracting, you know there's something wrong somewhere. You see emotional distress. You said it all yourself. The kids don't want to go to school. There's a disengagement from schooling. They are fine, but this morning they just act like they are sick. There's always an excuse for not wanting to go to school. Today they come up with some excuse, tomorrow a different excuse. You also see isolation as something that comes into place. Even at home, that child begin to withdraw to themselves. They don't engage with their siblings. They don't engage very well with you as a parent, right? So I'll just take it back again. You see isolation. You see this engagement from school. They don't want to get involved in school activities. They give you stories for why they should not be in school. Most importantly, you see reduced academic performance. Because if that child is not wanting to go to school, the child doesn't feel safe in school, there's no way they can perform academically. While they are in school, they are conscious. They are thinking of what way to take home after school close, or where to pass to the hostel so that they won't be bullied, or what to do. How do they navigate that challenge? So that different things you would see. It's written there. The problem we also have now in our society is because we are also very busy, we want to make lots of money to be able to take care of our children, which is, of course, a needed thing. We need to get them the right education. We need to provide their needs. But then we also need to begin to pay attention as parents, because the signs will be there. You would see when your child doesn't speak. You would see when they are isolating themselves. You would see from their conversation about their school environment. You would see from even the kind of conversations they have with you, the kind of things they say. You would see it from stress written on them. You will see it from the academic performance. When you see these things, you need to take some steps back and really evaluate your child. Talk to them, engage with them, and get to know exactly what is happening in their lives. It might not be bullying, but these are some things that I know you would see when a child is being bullied. Yeah, so these are things parents should look out for and begin to act fast.
Right. I want to also ask about the child who is a bully. Can a bully be radicalized? Where sometimes when you've talked about reasons why a child may become bullied. Maybe a child lacks love or all of that. But if a child has been expelled from school and back home, maybe the parents change the school, is there a way to change a bully?
So first step to change a bully is accepting that you're a bully. Also for parents, accepting that your child is a bully. So there's something we do around clogging all of these things. Your child is a bully, but you said, no, it's a negative term. I'm not going to use that on my child. The step of changing that narrative for your child is, first of all, knowing that my child is a bully. These are the signs showing. What can I do to support my child to become a better individual? It's a support from the home. Truth is, your child, you can change your child to 10, 15, 20 schools, right? Don't forget, you get to school at 8 a.m. and then all of the whole class activities happen, and by 2 we are done. And the child has to come back home. For a child who is not in boarding school anyway, those child have more time with their parents at home, right? So we want this. I'm looking at a situation where parents really need to sit up. As for the bully, when you know your child is a bully, it's now your responsibility. You're talking to your child. You are making him or her know why that is not what they should do. You are explaining to them why they shouldn't do that. You are also going the extra mile to getting medical attention. You want to call it attention from psychologists, right? I mean, I agree with you on that. If they need any sort of engagement at that level with somebody in the medical profession, who is going to provide it? Definitely not the Minister of Education, the parents. So when you know that your child is a bully and you want to redeem that child, that's when the parents need to sit up, right? You need to have engagements with that child. You need to put in support measures. I mean, as Christians, yes, very good. The spiritual aspect, you should pray, no doubt. But then, what about some other measures, the psychological side of things, and other things you need to put in place as parents? Show them love. We know this is what you're currently going through. We know you were pushed out of that school because of this attitude. I am here for you. I'm your dad. I'm your mom. And we can walk through this together. Is there anything you think we can do? Sometimes when you start engaging with those children, you break them down, right? And then you hear them speak up. For some of them who want to be honest, that's when they even come up to say, you don't have our time. You've never been there. You begin to hear things and then you help retrace the child's step back, right? So, of course, at that point in time, in terms of redemption, it's not the public. The public won't do it for you. The Minister of Education won't do it for you with instructions. It has to go back to the home, the basic place of development, where everything is starting in terms of a child's development for the mom, for the dad. And just to say, please, it's not the duty of mothers, so it's the duty of parents. I know there will be that push. Now you're picking. We do that always in Africa, where when the child is great, it's probably the dad's child. When the child is bad, of course, it's the mom's child and all of those things. But at that point in time, we're bringing in our efforts as parents to support that child. And if you do that, the child feels love. Definitely. We were all born empty. Whatever it is that we are doing now, as an attitude, as a behavior, are things we learned here. From our environment, from the communications that we have with people, from the movies that we watch, from the books that we read, from the songs that we listen to. Right? So those are what I think we should do to turn things around for our children.
Thank you so much, Bright Kemaswode, Alumni and Parents Engagement Lead, African Leadership University, African Leadership College of Higher Education. We've been talking about bullying in schools. What makes a bully and why do children get bullied? What is the way out of it? All of these areas we've touched on today. If you have a child who you know is a bully, there are steps to which you can reclaim that child and make him or her change his ways. And for the hotline, I think more should be done to ensure that it's not just an information dump or an intelligence sharing platform where there are no follow-up action to provide both the bullied and the bully some psychological support and every support they need to become better people. Thank you for being our guest.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, this has just been Policy Discourse 1. There is a part 2. Stay tuned for it.
the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Brutally Frank, the much anticipated autobiography of E.K. Clark, an elder statesman and a frontline advocate of equity in Nigeria, unveils at the Muson Center in Lagos and receives thrilling reviews from dignitaries who have come to grace the event. The August gathering, made up of intellectuals, politicians and business moguls, at the Bull presentation revealed the influential legacy of Edwin Clark, a renowned elder statesman. The vibrant culture of Niger Delta region, where Clark hails from, was proudly showcased. Chairman of the Bull Presentation Committee, Professor Hope Egaga, an English professor at the University of Lagos, in a welcome address, provided a brief overview of Brutally Frank, the autobiography of E.K. Clark. While speaking to Souq News, Egaga highlighted the importance of the book for national change.
Well, as the title suggests, the author is very frank about national issues that have affected development in Nigeria, the political level, social level, and then the cultural level. He has been a direct participant for over 70 years in national affairs, and he speaks truth to power. He writes letters, he has written letters to presidents, serving and former presidents, raising fundamental issues about the Nigerian state. It's true that not too many people read serious books, but there is a class of people who would always read books. And for those who are interested in the history of Nigeria, we have got orders already. They have been sent, copies have been sent to all the universities. Somebody bought copies for all the universities in the Niger Delta. There will be reference books. We know the Gen Z generation will not read. They don't have time for such. But amongst them, if it's just 1% that will read, that will be fine.
The special guest of honor, Professor Wole Soyinka, represented by Chief Densi Kentebe, a member of the Ijaw Forum and former Executive Secretary of Nigeria Local Content, expressed excitement about witnessing the evolution of Clark's thought over time. In a glowing review, Brutally Frank's unveiling was praised by dignitaries present who shared insight from the book.
It's a knowledgeable book because you can see the transition from the 60s all the way to the present day Nigeria and how things have developed and gone southwards. So if you listen to Pa Clark, it gives you a different perspective at every given generation. And that is what I liked about it. Well, I think Nigerians should be frank with themselves, like Papa has been, brutally frank, and look at the good and bad, and look at the things that we had done that made us a great...
Many thanks for staying with us on the front burners, and we've been having a policy discourse segment. This is the part 2 of it. First, we talked about bullying in schools, and now let's take a look at the Future Investment Initiative Summit 2025 going on in Miami in the US. So this time, it's about the future of investment, investing for impact. These are the core areas that the summit will look at this year, and is also talking about investment amid geo-fragmentation. Yes, there are different economic blocks, and there are continental fragmentation. There are also things that threaten multilateralism. These are the issues that the Future Investment Initiative Summit will attend to. So as global leaders converge, the summit opened yesterday with the President of the US, President Donald Trump, giving an opening address. So as the summit opens with global leaders in attendance, all of this will be strengthened out so that the world can have better cooperation that will help economies develop and will bring about more stability to global economy. Now, looking at investment in geo-fragmentation, a lot comes to mind. There are trade wars ongoing, particularly between the US and China, the US and Canada, the US and Mexico. And maybe we can say, not really between US and Europe, but it could if Europe begins to make their own rules or guidelines, impose tariff on certain goods from the US. So then we can say there is tension trade-wise between the US and America, between the US and Europe. But for now, there is trade war ongoing between US and China, US and Mexico, US and Canada. And then we're talking about the future of investment. How will these tensions affect investment, Doc?
Well, I think Donald Trump, on the very first day of office, had hit the ground running to set a new direction for the entire American society. And I think that is what is all about, the concern, the kind of ovation he received yesterday at Miami, coming back as one great investor who has invested hugely in real estate in Miami. But yesterday, the conversation was around what America was going to do with artificial intelligence, which is the new oil, so to speak, that the world is leveraging in. And if you had listened why his vice, J.D. Vance, spoke to the European gathering the other time, he also made this emphatically very clear what position Americans want to take. So the first executive order that Donald Trump signed when he came into office was to first of all suspend the Institute of AI Safety. And their policy is that we're not going to be talking about safety of AI. We should be talking about the opportunity that AI brings. So American is massively investing in opening up that space of artificial intelligence to govern the entire space. Because they know that, yes, people are afraid that AI is going to take away some human jobs. People are talking about the ethical use of AI and the rest of them. But for Donald Trump, it's not about control. That controlling AI is like deadening the imagination of people in that space, but rather government give them free hand to think and creatively and innovatively bring out solutions that can help solve human problem. And so when you are looking at investing or prioritizing humanity in Miami, what the president is saying here, yes, AI is not necessarily a danger, but government also has to be part and parcel of it. And so he's talking about that happening. And of course, you also know what that impact that is going to have on the blockchain technology, which is also driven by artificial intelligence. And speaking of America also opening up for cryptocurrency and the rest of it. So the long and the short of the Donald Trump administration is to see how America become as relevant in the politics of the globe as they were yesterday. That America become a manufacturing hub again. That businesses are done in America. Taxes are taken away so that those who want to do business can come to America and invest. He said something that jocularly yesterday, that if you want to invest $10,000 in $1 billion in American economy, that you can come to the White House. But if it's lesser than that, you may not come. So it tells you the kind of an open door that America is open for business. He wants people who have money everywhere in the world. Bring your money to America. We ensure that it's safe and secure, and you can do business here, and we'll give you the best of ecosystem to do that business.
Okay, so sometimes when I look at Donald Trump's body language and what some economic experts interpret what he's trying to adopt for America, there seems to be a little contradiction that I actually want to even redirect Doc's attention there. Now, if you look at America, he's deploying tariffs, he's deploying tax, putting America first. Now, people want to think that Mr. Donald Trump reducing tax,
yes, sir.
Deploying tariff. Yes. So people think. Some people say Donald Trump is moving towards mercantilism. Others will say, okay, some of the tools you use to promote mercantilism is also the same tools that you use for protectionism. And mercantilism wants to encourage export and limit import. But protectionism, okay, fine. The slight difference is that protectionism only wants to maximize export and completely shut out import. But if Donald Trump is doing that, that means he needs to liaise. If it is mercantilism, he needs to liaise with other countries from where he is going to be getting raw materials for the industries in the United States of America. But the heavy introduction of tariffs and sanctions coming from these countries that raw materials are going to be coming from the United States of America poses a different turn that might even affect trade relations and bilateral relations. So there's this contradiction in his body language, and people begin to be, in limbo of where he is actually heading.
I don't think there's so much of contradiction in what Donald Trump, a lot of people say, oh, he's anti-globalist. And he's emphasizing nationalism because he mentions American first. And I don't think that the policy that Donald Trump is pursuing is equal to the policy of isolationism, or what they call the moral doctrine in American foreign policy. But I think that what is up here is the fact that Americans are suffering. Unemployment figure in America is high. Inflation is high. And therefore, Donald Trump is wanting an America that recover or restore its past glory as the auto hub in the world. All the American auto industries are lying deserted because you're having auto coming from China, you're auto coming from Canada, auto coming from Europe. You call them energy saving auto. And that has destroyed the American internal market, so they're only consuming. So what he's emphasizing is that they don't want to be a consuming nation, they also want to be a selling nation. And that's why you hear him saying that Europe is talking about globalization, but they are protecting their environment from other people entering. He even made mention of some US companies that have been frustrated in Europe and they are heavily taxed. So he's saying, if you want a free environment, then create that environment where everybody is actually playing equal. I think that's what we need to take away from what Donald Trump is saying. He's the president of America, and he has his responsibility to first and foremost live for America. Yesterday, he was rolling out some data while speaking at Miami of some of the things that, reason why he stopped USAID. That, of course, he said $20 million US to provide a condom for people in Nepal. And he said, what is condom? What does that mean? And so you can see the frivolity in how America is putting money here and there. And he feels that that's not what the country should be doing. Why the country itself is passing through a whole lot. People have talked about infrastructure decay in America that has not been attended to over the last 30 years. Roads are becoming dilapidated because America is so busy outside and not focusing on its internal affairs. And I don't think that is actually trying to separate America from other places. He's saying, look, you're using our market for cheap products and then our factories are dying, so we're not going to allow cheap products in our market anymore. We want your product to be competitive with our own product, so our people can make choice. And I think that is what it is.
Okay, we have someone who is attending the FII Summit, that's the Future Investment Initiative Summit 2025, right there in Miami, Dr. Bashan, and he's joined virtually this morning. Before we quickly connect Dr. Bashan, let's take a listen to part of President Donald Trump's address at the Future Investment Initiative Summit yesterday, and then we'll bring in Dr. Bashan.
and we put America first, and your country should put your country first. But in the end, we want America first, and when it's all beautiful, which it's going to be pretty soon, we want to help other countries, and you want to help other countries. But, you know, I tell your leaders, and some of the leaders are in this room right now, you got to put your country first. Whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's something else, you got to put your country first. But we're going to have plenty left over to help others also. As long as you invest in America, build in America, and hire in America, that means that I'm fighting for you. I am fighting very hard for you. Together, we're going to make the United States of America bigger, better, bolder, richer, and greater than ever before. It's going to be stronger than ever before.
All right, that was President Donald Trump there speaking at the Future Investment Initiative Summit right there in Miami. Dr. Patrick Bashan is Director, Democracy International, Washington, D.C., USA, and he's a delegate right there at the FII Summit 2025. Good morning, Dr. Bashan. Great to see you again.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
I apologize that we had to get you up quite early. It's still very early right there in the U.S.
Yes, earlier than I thought it was, but I'm delighted to be back with you.
Thank you for making the sacrifice. So that was President Donald Trump right there making his opening address at the summit, talking about America. They're going to focus on America, and he says that there will be much left over for others later. But in the meantime, what do you think will happen to multilateralism even as the U.S. president is going strong on what a lot of people perceive as protectionism rather?
On the back foot, on the defensive. I wouldn't say on the way out, but certainly trending down. The notion of huge trading blocks being formed is something that's not necessarily of the past, but it's not of the immediate future. It's of the present, but not of the immediate future. Donald Trump is going to be looking to sign bilateral rather than multilateral trade deals. And so whether that is with countries in his own hemisphere, in the Western Hemisphere, or whether it's with European countries, the United Kingdom, for example, or with countries in the Middle East or in Africa. He's going to be looking for, from his point of view, win-win trade deals. They are part and parcel of his approach to international relations or foreign policy. That is, he views diplomacy and foreign policy and international relations the way he views economic policy and trade policy is transactional. And so if he thinks that a particular trade deal is a good deal for America, he will obviously promote it, push it. And if it also is a good deal for the party he's negotiating with, the country he's negotiating with, then all the better. But as he stressed in those remarks you clicked just before we began to speak, he views his role as first, second, and perhaps last to protect America first in economic terms, and he expects and encourages other countries to do this in terms of protecting their interests. So it's a very candid, a very honest, very realistic approach to trade policy. That doesn't mean, of course, that everyone is going to like it, because Donald Trump is always going to threaten to impose protectionist measures, tariffs, trade barriers of one form or another, penalties, whatever the case may be, or to renegotiate existing trade arrangements with America. He's going to start from a very draconian, very strong, even extreme position, because he intends not to stay there, but he intends to incentivize or disincentivize other countries from acting in a certain way. And he thinks that by talking tough and acting tough in terms of trade and threatening protectionism, that he can get a better deal for America. The proof obviously will be in the pudding, but that's his approach, and he's completely open and transparent about it. So there's nothing that should, at this point, going forward at least, surprise other countries in terms of their trade dealings with America. It's whether they are prepared to, as it were, go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump and to act in a commensurate way regarding their own economic interests.
Congratulations, Dr. Basham, for a very well-deserved victory at the polls. We know that you made a lot of contribution to ensure that that victory came true. But looking at the policy that from all the executive orders seen so far, seems that America being isolated from the Committee of Nations. And people have argued that isolation of America from international politics led to both the First and the Second World War. Are you sure that this time around that the world will be really waiting to embrace Donald Trump as he's pursuing America for America?
Well, I think it's important to emphasize that while his critics at home and abroad will stress the I word, the isolationist word, what we found during his first term as president, and I think we'll find during his second term as president, is that he's not an isolationist, he's a non-interventionist. And there's an important difference. An isolationist is not sort of hiding from the world, as it were, pretending the rest of the world doesn't exist. Donald Trump very much is aware, the rest of the world exists and wants to interact with it. But he's not going to impose America on the rest of the world in a military sense, for example. He's not looking to interfere in what other countries are doing or not doing. He's not attempting to sort of poke around and try to recreate the rest of the world, either in America's image or in whatever ideal image he or others might have in mind. He's sort of taking the rest of the world as it is and attempting to act in what he thinks is America's best interest. And when it comes to the risk of war, for example, I think where we've been in recent times is truly at risk of World War III because of the continuing conflict in the Ukraine between Ukraine and Russia since the Russian invasion. And his predecessor as president, and certainly many of the contemporary European leaders who appear to be quite keen to risk World War III. What Donald Trump is exhibiting from day one is a desire to have as much peace in the world as possible and to reduce tensions. And Ukraine finding itself in this unwinnable war situation, having lost, a generation of young men, there's a possibility of that conflict, however unsatisfactorily, but realistically ending soon. And so that's, I think, a good illustration, a real-time demonstration of how his pro-peace, non-interventionist policy actually reduces the likelihood of global conflict rather than inflames it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bashan, for that. Now, I want to turn your attention to Africa, and more specifically, Nigeria. It looks as if the Trump administration, in considering those who it intends to make a bilateral arrangement with, Africa is not in the picture, and Nigeria itself is not in the picture. Now, if I'm making a mistake by saying Nigeria is not in the picture, I needed to paint a picture of where Nigeria and Africa comes in and what sort of business interactions will ensue from that conversation.
Yeah, no, I mean, you make a very valid point. I mean, during the first Trump term, the first Trump administration, Africa certainly was not first and foremost on the Trump administration's mind. I mean, most of his predecessors have put more emphasis on Africa, particularly in terms of aid and humanitarian elements of the relationship, as well as, depending on the administration, a certain amount of focus since 9/11, especially on the national security side of the relationship. With Donald Trump, it was, and it may be going forward, more of an ad hoc, less of a vision for American-African relations, and more a case of dealing with the issues or problems or challenges as they arise. I mean, rightly or wrongly, his focus is on North America, the Western Hemisphere, relations with, I think, the Middle East, particularly important relations with Asia, and Africa is, to be perfectly candid, not at the bottom of that list, but no more than perhaps in the middle with one or two other parts of the world. So Donald Trump is going to be, when his attention is focused on Africa, is going to be looking for, as I was touching on earlier, looking for those transactional advantages. I mean, he's committed to making America energy independent in terms of oil and gas exploration, etc. And that may or may not have an impact or has the potential to influence relations with a country such as Nigeria. He's going to be looking for natural resource relationships, either deepening ones that exist or perhaps exploring new ones. And so whether it's West Africa, Central Africa, there are opportunities perhaps there that haven't been, from the American point of view, fully leveraged or exploited, if I dare use that sort of heavily laden word. So I think in practice, on a day-to-day basis, it's going to be less a case of America being proactive and interventionist and assertive towards African countries such as Nigeria, and more a case of those individual countries, Nigeria probably being one of the best examples because of its disproportionate influence and weight in the African context. That a country like Nigeria making itself known to the Trump administration in terms of the challenges it's facing, the opportunities that are there for a stronger relationship. I say whether it's on economics or whether it's on national security, these are all things that will get their attention if the case is made. And so, just as Trump was saying that it's up to every country to be sort of their country first, and so if you're going to have, if there is a Nigeria first policy, then if the most accessible and relevant narrative is put on that Nigeria first message, as far as the American political class, and particularly the Trump administration, possible, then there is not necessarily no guarantee, but there is the possibility, even the probability, that they will get their attention and that they will recognize that there are opportunities, there are challenges, but there are also opportunities here that they may not have been aware of. And so whether it's getting ahead of potential problems vis-a-vis Nigeria or Kenya or South Africa, or whether it's appreciating, either being reminded of or appreciating for the first time that there are opportunities for America that, fingers and toes crossed, will also benefit African country X or Y. That's, I think, the way to approach it. It's not going to be glamorous. It's not going to be sort of sexy or exciting, but it's not going to be front page of the newspaper stuff. But it's sort of top of the X trending lines. But it can be productive and it can be successful for both countries. It's a new way of thinking about how to deal with America than I think a lot of African countries have been used to. But that doesn't mean because it's new and because it's less glamorous that it can't actually, in tangible rubber meets the road terms, not actually be productive and constructive and a win-win for America and whichever African country we're referring to.
Passion, we're running out of time. Just want to find out, now talking about the non-interventionist posture of the Trump administration, are we expecting the AFRICOM to be defunded in days to come?
So did you say, should we expect defunding of Africa?
The Sahel to be defunded in days to come?
Well, in terms of funding, everything beyond the American sort of border is going to be taking a budgetary hit, I would imagine, such as the budgetary sort of nightmare that the Trump administration has inherited. And so there are going to be some worthwhile programs that will, at least in the short term, be frozen or eliminated, along with a great deal of unnecessary and unaffordable programs. I think the case will have to be made again. Where there have been and are benefits to African countries from American aid, they will have to, on an individual basis, make that case again. And that perhaps is a good good illustration of what I was saying just now, that African countries will need to remake the case that they've made previously, or make that case anew, because for this Trump administration, it's a blank slate, and they're not presuming or assuming too much about any of the programs, domestic or especially foreign. So there's an opportunity to make that case anew, but it will have to be made, because right now the default position of the Trump administration is to cut rather than to certainly to add and even to just maintain.
Let's look at even what you say the Trump administration is doing. Is not going to be interventionist, but we also know that there's a mix of geopolitics, even in the geo businesses or the business arrangements between different countries. Now, so when geopolitics is speaking, that also means the struggle of control of some other economies. While the U.S. may want Africa to negotiate some business investment or arrangements with the U.S., you understand that on the other side, we have the BRICS nation, which are moving very close to Africa. And there is the ongoing trade war, so it seems, between the U.S. and China, and the other BRIC nations coming close to Africa for investment. Now, we're talking about the Future Investment Initiative Summit, which has as part of its focus, investment for impact. Where does this leave the U.S. in all of this, as there is the continued struggle for Africa by the BRICS nation?
Yeah, you make an excellent point. I mean, America is not as in strong a position economically as she was, but she's still, although she's in a very preeminent position, it's not an infallible one, or one that allows her to ignore the concerns and the realities of, as you say, of geopolitics and of relationships between trading partners and other potential or actual trading partners. Right, so America's policies to reflect the fact that although she's in a stronger position than many of those that she's trading with, that they have options too. America has more options than most, but other countries do too. And obviously the rise of BRICS, the rise of the global South, obviously the Russias, the Indias, the Chinas, Saudi Arabias in particular, Brazil, these are the countries that are making or attempting to make the running with African nations in particular, in a way that Americans, either from a national security or an economic or both perspectives, have for some time viewed as either actually threatening or at least challenging, on an economic front. So this is where that narrative, that new message that African nations will need to present to the Trump administration, this is where it moves from being largely or exclusively defensive to actually one that is on the offensive, not to offend as literally, but on the offensive, where African nations can be more assertive than they may have been in the past, because America may be in some ways, in certain contexts, the most attractive game in town, but she is not the only game in town for many African nations. And so the already existing relationships with the like of the Chinese and others, but particularly the Chinese, is something that always gets American politicians' attention. But the Trump administration is, I would say, far more concerned about China vis-a-vis America than most of its predecessors have been, at least in terms of actual potential for action from an American point of view. So for African countries to play the China card and ask America whether they can get a better deal from her than they can from the Chinese is a card that is not necessarily one you want to play continuously, but one that you want to have in your back pocket, because it could prove to be the pivotal card. It's sort of the Achilles heel of the American negotiators if they aren't aware, or if they don't think that you, as an African nation, are willing to, as it were, play hardball the way that America, and particularly a Trump-led trade negotiating team, will play. So it's a way. The rise of BRICS, the global South, is a way. Well, I should say, the way it is developed. It is not leveled the playing field, but the playing field isn't as sloped in America's favor as it was, or some outside of the global South may think it is. So this is, an element of good news for African nations in dealing with America.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick Basham, Director, Democracy Institute, Washington, D.C., USA, for taking time away from your sleep to be part of the show today. We wish you a very great time at the Future Investment Initiative Summit 2025. We'll find another time to bring you on so we can talk more about the FII Summit 2025.
Thank you. It's been my great pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, from here we'll go over now to the world of sports, where Souq's John Rogers is standing by to take you on.
Welcome to that beautiful time again. This happens to be Friday. I'm looking this way because this is where the beautiful people are. This is where the top table are. So, hey, pardon me, let me still look this way again. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, it's my face you get to see. So I look this way and I look that way because payday is not far from now. And it's Friday. Beautiful. Sports business is what we're talking about. This is where the money is, and this is Souq News. So if you've not been on Souq News for a long time, sorry, you're on a long thing. Get your iPads, get your phones, get your smart TV, any of those things that have a chip in it, and you know that this is where you're supposed to be. Log on to Souq News, not log on to Souq News and stay there. This is Souq Sports, and I am on the front burners. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. So let's keep moving. Now, for those that are wondering, Fox Sports Mexico, they are having a suffering. Now, let me break it down. Premier League are going to lose Formula One, and Major League Baseball are on track. Now, they are losing this particular right. It's all about rights. For those that own, those that log onto, and those that watch Fox Sports Mexico for 2025, the Premier League will become the latest right owners. Sorry. So don't worry. So we are still moving on. Now, heading on to the next particular issue we need to talk about right now. Once it comes to payment, that's where the issue is. They refused to pay. Would I say they refused? They did not pay what they were owing. So at that particular point in time, they pulled off. So that right has been lost. For those on that particular channel, look for elsewhere. Now, for Red Bull United, they are focusing on changing one password and gate. Now, this is where it is. For every single person out there, business is all about strategy. Strategy to win. Strategy to make profit. So I want to say congratulations. For those within Red Bull, they have had this particular strategy and they are consolidating rather than splitting categories, and this helped them to win over one password and the crypto giant Gate.ia. Dr. Edahosa will be looking at me with side eye. Yes, crypto giant Gate.ia, and congratulations to Red Bull because they got that deal across the road. Now, for every single business person that is out there, competition is outside, not inside. Don't create competition within your inside office. Let inside make the money, then compete to those outside. So we'll learn from Red Bull. TCL, they've signed off on a 2-year cycle with top sponsorship. Now, the Chinese consumer electronics, for those that are here that we don't get to make, but we buy. So you know TCL. Worldwide winter partners for the next 2 cycles. That's this particular one down to 2032. They will be in your face. So Paralympics in Brisbane, TCL is still going to be there. Congratulations. It's all about visibility. So why should we not seek for ways to be visible? Amazon to show League One in UK on PPV. It's not all about buying goods and shipping it to you. Amazon has diversified all along. Everyone is getting into it. Major people with the ideas are getting into it. Now, for those in the UK, you stand a chance. Well, you're paying for it. You will get pay-per-view marketplace with Amazon. That's West. You get to see football every single weekend. In addition, you see matches from France League One on its platform. Congratulations to them. Money is being made. Viaplay is also cutting losses from the horrors of 2023. For those that are wondering, that year was more like a year where people were turning the curve. So for Viaplay, congratulations. Now they are eyeballing profitability after repeated heavy reduction in operating loss. That was around 8.6 million. That's some good money. That was in the quarter of 2024, last quarter, fourth quarter of 2024. Now, this was as a result of the back higher subscription prices, and this narrowed costs and continued on sale of sports rights. But as we speak, they are looking and eyeballing profits. People are lunging on, people are latching on, people are paying. This is where we need to invest also in Africa and not just being the consumer. Now, off the pitch, for those Tottenham Hotspur fans, sorry, but there is this particular issue you need to look into. British multinational Ineos, they are thinking of taking their investments away from sport, and they are eyeing, you know where we are going to, Tottenham Hotspur. They want to take these millions away because best known to them. So I'm just looking, is it because you guys have not been winning your matches? Been losing week after week. But they are trying to take money elsewhere. And we think and we see that Tottenham is likely going to be the people that are going to suffer first. They are not on the top 4 card. So it's possible. UEFA, yeah, congratulations to every single person that made it to the round of 16. You are 11 million euro richer. Liverpool, Barcelona, Arsenal, Inter Milan, Atletico, Bayern, Bayer Leverkusen, Lille, Aston Villa, Benfica, Club Brugge, sorry what they did to Ademola, Feyenoord, PSG, PSV, Real Madrid, Borussia Dortmund. That particular draws will happen today, and we'll get to see if you add more money to the 11 million. Now let's come back to Africa. ECOWAS Abuja International Marathon will take place 1st of March on Saturday, and the prize pool is $71,000. So back to the studio. Abuja is not too far from us, so how many of us will be lacing our boots, our canvas, to go to Abuja and run? My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Blessed and pray, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Souq John Rogers, for the sports update. We'll just take 2 comments from Post and Perspectives. Apologies, we can't take much today. On the exit of on ECOWAS, which Niger has tightened travel for Nigerians, ECOWAS exit, we have Sani Abdulmalik saying Niger Republic and the other 2 countries abandoning their neighbors and putting a strict policy will not go down well in the long process. We wish them the very best. And I'm just going to take one on bullying. We talked about bullying. C. Governor says bullying should not be tolerated at all in our schools, family, and the workspace. We should speak up. The child or the adult should be able to tell his or her story. Well, next week, which will be Monday, we'll begin the show, 7 a.m. West African time, and then we will take all of the comments that you will send in as we discuss other issues to bring about change. I am Blessing A.H. Thank you for watching today's show, and stay with Souq News TV from my co-host, Dr. Dausa Osamanze.
Nice weekend out there. See you on Monday.
And Priya.
And I want to say to you, you do take care of yourself and watch over yourself. Make sure that you are a living, breathing, healthy person. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from God, says the Holy Book. Among the many blessings of life, marriage stands as one of the most cherished. Today we gather to celebrate the union of Omaka and Augustine, and wedding bells rings as it marks the beginning of a new journey. Family, friends, and well-wishers are gathered together to share in their joy. My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast, taking it straight from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. We'll be having conversations, I must say special conversations, as it relates to today's event, and that we will be doing right after this break. Thank you for joining us. This is still Souq Podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. So we have a guest in the house who will be telling us about the couple, the newly wedded couple. Magnus, it's nice having you today.
Thank you very much.
So tell me, how are you related to the couple?
So, Omaka, my dear sister, she's basically the one after myself. So in the pecking order of birth, I was born first. She came after, and then I have a couple of the brother and the sister that came just afterwards. So being the sister that directly comes after me, you can understand the bond that we have. Before the rest of my siblings were born, it was just two of us.
Oh yeah.
Who kicked it out in the world, who did all the hide and seeks and all of those things until the rest of them came. And of course, this relationship carried on and on and on, even all the way to primary school, secondary school. We did all the naughty things that kids would do. Fun things about Omaka is, she's always loved cooking.
Okay.
And for some reason, she ended up studying law in uni.
Okay.
And then did a backtrack, a 360. Or should I say, is it 360 or 180? No, I won't say one thing. I would say she did a 90 degrees and went to culinary school. And now she's now a
But initially, she do not like cooking.
No, she's always loved cooking.
Oh, she's always loved cooking. Oh, I
So
see. No wonder she decided to go
It was
for
so notorious
culinary
that she would take the pots and the pans in the house, take them to school. You know, they have this home economics in secondary school. And then she would just go there and cook food. And she would come back home with nothing. And we would say, where is the food you cooked? You took all of our dishes and then you cooked.
Okay, so how do you feel? How do you feel having a man, the love of her life, taking her away from you?
I think it's a fulfilling experience. Being myself married, to a lovely wife, Essay. I can understand, what they're both going through at the moment. The affection they have for each other, the bonding that they have for each other, the love they have for each other, and I can tell that it's genuine. And looking at the amount of time they've spent together, even before they got married, it's pretty obvious that these guys were made for each other. So there's nothing to worry about.
All right. So before I let you go, tell us that beautiful moment, memory that you cannot forget about your sister. Something you just can't forget in a hurry. That's always been in your mind.
Okay. Something I can't forget is the fact that whenever she's always the type that likes to manage things and manage people, and whenever she just comes around, she wants things to be organized. She's always saying, do this way, do this way, do this way. The perfectionist in that sense.
I see.
No wonder she's an award-winning chef.
I see.
Multiple award-winning chef.
Oh wow. She's an award-winning chef.
Multiple
award-winning chef. This is to say that I think her husband wouldn't even dare to eat outside for one day.
No, that's sorted.
I want to believe so.
That's sorted.
Wow. So one word for the couple. One word.
So the prayer is for God to just keep the family in marital bliss. There shouldn't be any situation that will tear them apart, but rather every situation that they go through, positive or negative, should make their bond stronger. Because I've come to realize now, being married for about 5 years, that life in the wedding or in the marital life is an ongoing institution. So marriage, when they say institution,
it's a continuous process, right?
Exactly.
That's
like when you're in uni, it's an institution. Marriage also is an institution. So you're always learning about each other. You're always, finding out new things about each other. Find out your strengths and your weaknesses, blending them together. That's why they say 1 and 2 will become one.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Thank you very much for your time. Please tell us your name again before you go.
Oh, my name is Magnus Abel Olugu.
Thank you.
To the bride.
Brother to the bride. Thank you so much, Magnus. Thank you. So again, I bring to you a special man. Oh yes, the father of the bride. And I'm sure he has a lot to tell us about Omaka today. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure. I'm fine, thank you. It's a pleasure having you at this corner.
Thank you.
It's all about Omaka and Augustine. How do you feel today? Tell us.
Wow. I'm excited. So excited. We have been looking forward to this day, which has come. So I'm excited. And I want to thank God for a day like this.
So tell me, what's that thing about your daughter, right, that you just cannot forget, and you're feeling like, oh, she's actually going away. Though we know that it's for good, but then you just have this feeling like, oh, my daughter is going away. What's that thing so special you can't forget?
Oh, she's so special. So special. So she's so close to me, and as my first daughter.
I see.
When I had her, I was very, very happy, and it has been very easy journey, right from a baby to toddler to teenager to youth, and then to this age of maturity. So there are a lot of stories
About her.
about her.
So you've been in the journey for so many years. Obviously, I need not to ask about that. But I want to say, what do you have to say to this newly wedded couple?
Well, they are very, very good couples. Very, very good couples. Because when I met the groom first, you know, they don't live in Nigeria here.
Okay.
So when we're making a call, you know, one of these video call, and I saw him. He looks very, very promising.
Okay.
But all I just said that day is that a young man, I can see you over there, but I don't know exactly what you are doing. I don't know exactly what you are doing, but I'll just take it. I'll just keep it to myself that, like, I did not see you. After saying that, when I talk to him again, I ask of his parents. I would like to meet with your parents.
So we just like you to share the word of advice, you know, because so we can have more people come and let's go and talk about it.
Yeah,
Your advice to them.
My couple of advice to them is that they should build their marriage on the foundation, on God's foundation.
Thank you.
By putting their trust in God.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And that's it. That's the father of the bride. Trust me, a lot of people are just in the waiting corner wanting to talk about Omaka and Augustine. Souq podcast is still on, bringing you more interviews about the newly wedded couples in a bit. I told you, a lot of people are out there waiting to talk about Omaka and Augustine, the newly wedded bride. And right here, I have the mother of the bride sitting. And we, of course, I mean, I'm also super excited, I must say to you. Hello, it's pleased to have you here, mother. Thank you so much. So tell us, straight to the point, Omaka, I don't know why I keep saying Amaka. Anyways. So Amaka.
The child is beautiful.
Her child is beautiful. I love that. And you know, she's actually beautiful. She's a beauty. Okay, tell us about Omaka and Augustine.
Omaka is my daughter. Pretty. So pretty and so intelligent. She knows what she wants. And she's a very patient person. When she needs something, you would think that she doesn't want it. But she calmly and steadfast, she receives it. Augustine too, they have a similar role to play in life. When they find each other attractive, I know the moment I see them, I know they will come together because they are so happy with each other. You see Augustine talking to Omaka, you will think that the world is around.
Oh my!
Smiling all the time, making himself so happy.
Love in the air.
Yes. You know when you see two couples God has blessed, bring together, you will see the radiation of life in them. That is how the two magnets comes together.
So tell me how you feel today, and we're also going to wrap up
so
with you telling us your wish for the children.
My greatest wish for them, where I did not step, let them start from it. Wherever I ended, let it be their starting point. Success, good things of life, good health, everything you can name of. Above all, I want them to know God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great having you. In case you are just joining us, this is Souq podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. We have again at this corner Reverend Badebo. He actually did the joining of the couple. It's pleased to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what is marriage all about? I think you really need to go deep into this since you did the joining.
Okay. Marriage is God's plan for a man and a woman. I must emphasize that fact.
A man and a woman, just the two of them?
Yes,
okay.
Not a man and a man, not a man, but a man and that is God's plan. According to the scriptures, to fulfill God's purpose here on earth, which is one, to dominate, to subdue, and procreate, and dominate the whole world, and which we have been seeing man right from Adam and Eve even up till now. That's the purpose, and the purpose of God for marriage is to one, to avoid sexual sin, to avoid immorality, and then to create an avenue where you can have sex without feeling guilty. Then also, it's also to ensure that the man and woman have a companion, a friend, a comforter at all times. You know, many people in the world today are in the world, in the crowd, but they are alone. But marriage was where that is where the two of them are friends. But that is very, very vital, and they know what they are doing, and that therefore the purpose of God will become friends of one another, and that we know that some of the problems we are seeing today that people are facing, which include loneliness, depression, all sorts of emotional issues.
Okay, so a lot of marriages are crumbling today, and we really feel sad because it's a good thing to see people come together and stay together. But by the time we begin to receive reports like, oh, this marriage crumbled, or divorce here and there, we feel so worried. What would you say would be some of these reasons, and how can it be at least reduced, even if we can have that eradicated totally?
It can be reduced, perhaps even eradicated. But you know, when we are in marriage for our own reasons, not for the reason for which the owner of marriage, you know, it's like you going to go and buy a Toyota vehicle and you decide that, oh, this vehicle, I'll run it any way I like, any way I want. It does not work that way. The owner's manual is the Bible. So any home to succeed, like the preacher said today, you must follow the pattern of God, the order of God, which is one, the man must love. Not just sexual love. Love in good times and in bad times. Love with all that you have. Love as Christ loved. Then woman must what? Submit as unto God. So if the two of them are know what they should do, then there will be no need for divorce.
All right, give us one word for this newlywed couple.
My word to them is that they started the journey with God, and then continue with God and come to God and love one another, respect one another, and also plan to do such a thing like this for their own children together.
For record purpose, before you leave, tell us your name in full.
My name is Reverend Badibo Ian.
Thank you so much. Thank
God
you.
Bless.
Again, we'll have a friend of the couple at this corner. It's Souq podcast, like I've told you before, and we are still on. It's all about Omaka and Augustine. Afoma, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
It's a pleasure having you sitting here today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us about this amazing couple.
I mean, I think the one unique perspective I have about them is that they are individually responsible for me meeting my husband.
Oh, I see.
So the first time I met him, God had invited me and my friends over to a party. And then the second time I met him, Amaka had invited me over to a different party, and then that was when
at different occasions,
like almost a year apart.
So you're talking about how many years now?
So the first meeting was in 2020, the second one was in 21. Yeah.
So tell me, what is that unique thing that you just can't forget that's about them?
I mean, I think it's really how close, like how slow and how slowly they've grown close together. I mean, I think initially it was friendship, and then they've just really taken their time. I think that's one thing I appreciate, and I would say about their relationship is that they took their time to get to this point. They have owned their journey. It's been theirs, 100%, and I mean, I'm not only happy for them, I'm very proud of how they've done that.
Okay, so if you know them this much, tell me something about them, the food they like, the color, perhaps if you do know.
I know that Amaka is an expert in particular kind of cuisine, and then, she's a chef. One thing I find interesting about your relationship is that Gus also cooks once in a while, and then I know Amaka doesn't really like cooking at home. So I think it's a very weird. I think it's something I find weird, but I mean that's their dynamic.
All right, thank you so much for your time. For record purpose, could you just tell us your name in full again?
Sure, Afama of Odiwi Karibo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Again, we'll have a friend of the couple in the house, Mavi Akintola. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Just tell us about the newlywed couple.
Well, of course, Amaka and Gus, they're my friends from Abu Dhabi, but I've known Amaka since law school, but I met Gus in Abu Dhabi.
So tell me something special about this couple.
Something special was we didn't expect them to get married.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so why?
Just because they're just very different people. They don't conform to the norms and they live life on their own terms and they're not very traditional, so to speak. So they're very modern, very contemporary. So when they decided that you're going to get married, I was like, wow,
Seriously?
hallelujah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, so
but we're really happy for them. Yes.
So it was a lot of surprise for
100%. Yes.
Wow. So your prayers and wishes for them?
Lots of money, good health, long life, prosperity, and a peaceful and a happy home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
Again, it's Oyinkan Elders on this side of Souq podcast, and she's a friend of the bride. Hello, Oyinkan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So pleased to have you here. So tell me, for how long have you known the bride?
Oh, I've known Amaka since I think 2011.
Okay.
So that probably makes it 10 years or more. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So tell me something about Amaka.
One thing that I admire about Amaka is that her ability to like change and morph into different things. Like we met in law school, and then she said, oh, she wants to be a chef, and then she moved to Paris, and then she moved to Abu Dhabi. So I think for me, I can't think of something funny, but that's one thing I admire about her.
So at the point she moved from law into culinary,
yeah.
So what did you think? What came to mind for you?
It was just interesting. I just thought, oh, that's interesting. Like from law to culinary, and she used to do these dinners for us where we would come to her house in Isheri, and she would cook for us, and she would try different things, or we'll go to our friend Damsel's house, and like those times were so great because it was sort of at the beginning of her journey, and we sort of were with her to see that, and now to see where she is, and like having creating a menu in a restaurant in Abu Dhabi and opening up a second restaurant. So like it's been a journey, and I'm just so proud of her. I think that's what.
As a long-time friend, have you seen Amaka in her downtime, and how were you able to give the necessary support?
I think like Amaka doesn't dwell, which is what that's why she's a good friend. Like she might be down, but she's still like active. You won't know that she's so sad, and
she doesn't show it.
Yeah, and she just moves on. Like, oh, something's happening, I'm just gonna move on. So yeah.
So your wish for them?
I wish you guys lots of happiness and love, and that you continue to be friends, and that this marriage will be like the most amazing thing that both of you have ever done. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Again, I have another friend of the bride, Kemi or Jenike. Hello, Kemi.
Hi.
So pleased to have you.
Thank you.
Tell us about the bride.
Okay, I've known the bride since 2006.
Okay.
We went to school together, and she's pretty amazing. I've sort of seen her evolve. Like, she's very committed to whatever she's doing, very willing to try new things. Such a good friend, and it was just such an honor to be here to celebrate with her. I'm really excited to be here to witness today.
So you would agree with me that marriages, of course, are not always a bed of roses. There could be downtime and all of that. How do you want to encourage this newlywed couple to carry on whenever they have any challenges or something?
Well, I think essentially taking it on as any important project that you would, understanding that it's a lifetime commitment, and giving it your best, being willing to let go of certain things, being willing to compromise, and communicating, ensuring that they understand each other and they listen to each other. I believe that with that, and by the grace of God, I'm sure there's no storm that they cannot weather together. I wish them every success. I wish them abundance, bliss, joy. I wish them resilience. I wish them just everything good that marriage has to offer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Kemi is wishing you guys everything good. And so now I have with me Damisola Akolade, a friend of the bride,
Yes,
right?
that is
Hello,
correct.
Damisola.
Damisola.
So Damisola,
Yes.
let's go into it. Tell me about the bride.
I've been friends with Amaka since 2006, so that makes 18 years now or so. And she's been an absolutely wonderful friend. We've known each other through poverty and career changes. Amaka is one of the few people I know that is very brave and determined. After our law school period at NYSC, Amaka, at the age of, in her 20s, decided she wanted to be a chef, and she took it on with full force. Started from the beginning. That's one of the best things about her. She's very humble. She doesn't mind learning from scratch.
As a friend of 18 years, you experienced the poverty and everything, the progress all together. Could you share a particular moment during the hard time that you can forget?
Well, when I said poverty, we're
not necessarily poor.
We just didn't have
we get
jobs.
that, But it's not the same if you want to look at it.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I would say that we've had experiences where we've had to make sacrifices. So one of the things would be in university, if one of us was broke, the other person would feed us. And then Amaka also started using us as catering practicals.
I see.
And she would invite a bunch of us over to either my house or our house and host and cook for us. So it's been a wonderful friendship over the years.
So your wish for the newlywed couple?
My wish is for you guys to have a wonderful marriage, have a lot of fun. As you see perfection in each other already. So maintain the magic. Don't let life get in your way, and keep on improving and just being the best you can be.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I love that part. Maintain the magic. And now it's time for the in-laws. Yeah, we'll be having them coming in one after the other. Right here I have with me Ese, a sister-in-law to the bride. Hello, Ese.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. So tell me how you feel today.
I feel excited. I feel overjoyed. I'm grateful to God for this day. This day we've been planning and now we are here. I can't express how joyful I feel.
So as a sister-in-law, what has been the experience with the bride?
With the bride. Wow. My experience, she's very fun. She's very jovial. She's very caring, very kind, easy to speak to. She listens to you. She's very calm in everything, even throughout the wedding planning, very calm. Yeah, have a very calm personality. Yeah.
So as an experienced person, you are married for a couple of years.
Yes.
Now. You would have one experience or the other already that you think, perhaps this I'm not supposed to have addressed this in this particular way. Such would you like to advise them in advance?
Okay. So my advice would be before you speak, think, because sometimes when you are angry, words can just come out and then you regret it afterwards. So whatever you do, always think before you speak. That's my advice. Think before you speak.
Think before you speak. That's very crucial. So your wish for them?
My wish for them. My wish for you is that you have a joyful, blissful, fun, exciting marriage. Marriage has ups and downs, but remember that through your difficulties, work through it together. And like I always tell you, always remember that God is the first. Once you put God in your marriage, everything else is secondary. I wish you all the best. I wish you a life of fun, happiness, load of experience, and I pray that your marriage will be as joyful and as fruitful as mine has been for the past 5 years. And I want to say congratulations to Omaka and Gus, and I pray that God will sustain, keep you, and I can't wait to carry your baby.
And you want to go for Uber, right?
Of course.
All right.
Uber, here we come.
Uber, here she comes. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In case you're just joining us, this is Souq Podcast, and like I would always say, we take it right from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. Well, I remain Grace Komolafe, but my name hasn't changed yet, and I have the brother of the groom. Yes, let the men do their thing this time. It's but ladies. It's time for the men to do the talking. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I want you to start by telling us your name.
So my name is Cyril Ojotuliacholo. I'm the older brother of the group.
Great. So tell me about your brother. Or you tell me
About my brother. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I've known him his whole life. He's one of my favorite people. Obviously, very fun, very kind-hearted, very. Just a great person, I'd say, generally. And I'm not just saying that because he's my brother.
Okay.
You can see all the people that showed up to support him today.
Okay.
So, yeah, and obviously I'm very proud of him and proud of Omaka, of course.
Okay, so a lot of people have actually talked about, say so many beautiful things about the bride, about the groom. But because he's your brother, so
Right.
I'm sure you already know everything from cradle, even till today. You know
Right.
older. So tell me about those naughty parents, those naughty.
Okay.
You
Yes,
know,
very
let's
naughty.
check the table and
He was a
let's
very
check the
naughty
table.
child. Yes.
Okay,
No. We had a lot of fun growing up. We got into a bit of trouble
I see.
now and then, but it was always a good time with the family. And I mean, I would spill too much beans about him, but he's always been the baby of the house. So he's actually the youngest of my parents. So he's always the baby of the house. So he got away with a lot of things. So you can see how free he is now because But all jokes aside, he was a great brother, a great kid growing up. We went to school together as well. So we kind of spent all that time together, both at home and at school. And nothing but positive things to say about him. He always brought life to whatever situations we were in. Yes.
Okay, so let's get a bit serious. Let's talk about support. How much of support do you think a couple need to keep them going, especially from the family?
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they will tell you they need all the support they can get. I think that's always the case. I think everybody does, regardless of your circumstances. I think for them in particular, they do need the support, I'd say, of their family, obviously, their friends, their whole community. I think they have that already. They seem to, at least, I think it's pretty much on display here today. And I think my advice to them would be to continue to rely on that going forward, right? They're going to need it. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, but even when things are going smoothly, it's always good to have people around you can turn to and who will celebrate with you and rejoice with you in the good times. So, my advice to them is to continue to take advantage of that as long as they have it. I wish them all the best. I wish them continued love and happiness and success in all their endeavors. Long life, blessings in their family, all the things they wish for themselves, basically prosperity, health, all of that love, and many more years of joy and blessings.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you. And now the very main man of today, the man of the day. Of course, no other person but the groom. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How do you feel being weathered today? Please tell us.
As my people say, it's an auspicious day.
Okay.
So what can I do? I'm just happy to be here, They say you go and you find a wife and you found a good thing.
That's it.
I found a good thing and they said, you know, do right by her. So, you know, I'm actually...
And you just did.
I'm excited.
So tell me, what was that attraction? What attracted the both of you together?
I don't want to show you some secret messages that were shown, but it was
But we won't
attraction
mind.
at first viewership. I saw her and I said, you know what, this is the one, this is the person, and you know, thanks be to God. We're here.
Okay, so I've actually interviewed a couple of people, your friend, her friends, and all of that, and somebody actually mentioned that at some point they didn't believe you guys were going to get married. Kind of really surprised that, wow, are they really getting married? So tell me, aside the fact that, you know, you decided to take that decision, were there any point where you feel, oh, maybe it's not just the right step to take?
Oh no, the point was never with her. It was with me and marriage to begin with. But,
I see.
You know, as you grow, you mature, and you know, you start making realizations and coming to, you know, key moments, and you know, the minute I crossed the threshold of, okay, it's time to get married and, you know, be a responsible man, as they say, I knew what I had to do, and I knew who I was going to be with, and the rest, as they say, is history.
What are those special moments while you guys were still on the road before you got very, very serious? Those special moments you remember and you can't just forget?
Like 2 days ago, when I married her traditionally.
Just 2 days ago.
And then 2 days before that, when I married her in the court.
Okay.
And then before that, you know, we've had a good time. It's been a good number of years now.
Her best food, her best color, her best.
Ask me a question that
no, now let's know.
I don't want to say one now, and then my guy at the top
will say
another one.
Are you sure?
Her best color is whatever color she says.
Okay.
Her best food, whatever food she
Look at this is this is not accepted. But okay, we're just gonna let it go. So, alright, tell me, where do you see yourself in, let's say, in another 5-10 years?
Another 5-10 years, you know. Hopefully not here right now because.
Oh, no, this is a reception.
Yes,
It's a wedding.
But you know, happy with my wife and hopefully maybe 1 or 2 children, depending on how God wants to bless us.
How about 4 or 5?
Again, depending on how, if God wants to give me a 4 or 5, He should give me like 4 or 500 million.
Oh, great.
Go with it.
All right.
4 or 5 more patience and yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming today, and we wish you a very beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Again, and I have with me another friend of the group. His name is Desmond. Hello, Desmond.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. And how do you feel today having your friend, you know, getting married?
I'm really happy for Desmond. I'm happy that he's found a partner, a life partner, and then I'm praying for him and this marital journey, and I'm sure that he's going to be fruitful.
So for how long have you known Augustine?
I've known him since 1999. So that's a
long time.
25 years.
Okay. So what has been the experience like?
Oh, Augustine has been a very fantastic friend. So Augustine is a reliable person, and he's someone that you can count on. I've always counted on him. And there's one thing that is very peculiar about Augustine. Augustine is a connector. What I mean that he's very friendly. He has so many friends across board. Like, he easily makes friends. So even some of the friends I have today who have come to be my very good friend are some people who I met through Augustine. So he's just a very jovial fellow.
Okay, so tell me, because you've been friends for so many years, about 24, 25 years, did you ever fight? How do you resolve?
I don't have any history.
You can't even think of one.
I don't have any history of any serious rancor. Because it is like, yeah, of course, there would have been each times maybe you would have probably argued. You know the thing about knowing someone from a very young age, you seem to have quite a good understanding of the person. So there isn't really that room for so much rancor. So we always find ways to like resolve things. So if let's say I find Augustine right now he's pissed off with me about something, I'll probably push him. I'm like, why you angry? What's that? And he will just smile. You know? So those are the kind of things.
He's lying. He's
lying. I said the good ones, guys. I don't want to.
Oh, so you see, that means you actually have a cockroach in your cupboard. You're actually covering. Did you just hear him say you're lying? Is that something you are supposed to tell us that you are not talking about?
There's nothing that I'm telling. I'm not. Everything I'm telling you is what you need to know.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Desmond. Thank you. It's still about Omaka and Augustine, and this is Souq podcast. Like I always say, taking it from the studio to your very destination anywhere in the world. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Augustine. So let me start with you.
Yes.
What was the attraction? Let's start from there. Oh my!
He's not entirely wrong. I mean, I saw the picture and I swiped right, so that was the first thing.
Oh my! And that has kept you guys together. So at what point? That's been good, right? At what point did you make up your mind to say, "Oh, I'm just gonna go with him right away"?
I can't like pinpoint the exact point. But I remember we were taking a walk in Rim Island. I told him before. Where we live, and he saw a man who was randomly by the side of the road, and this man was in tears, and most people would just walk by like it's not their business, but he made the decision to stop, to ask the guy what's going on with him, what's wrong, and to try to comfort him when he realized this was during COVID 2020. And I was shocked because I was like, you don't know this person from anywhere, but you just have the kind of heart where you feel for that stranger. And in my head, I was like, how much more for me? And it's just at that point, one of the points that I would say that was like, yeah, your heart is beautiful, and I want this heart with me the rest of my life.
Oh wow, that's super amazing. Okay, so he's blushing. All right, so I mean, she just mentioned something very special about you. What's that thing that is so special that you think that made you make up your mind you'll be good with it?
Yes.
I've already answered.
Am I putting you? No, you are. She's here now, so let's say it.
I said it was love at first sight.
Okay.
Not love all the way, but definitely strong attraction at first sight.
Okay.
And then getting to know her, you know. Some people have like one defining moment that is like, oh, and this is when I realized. But me, I'm very playful, so I was just playing and then I woke up one day and realized I was in love.
Wow.
Yes.
Just that.
Yes.
So how long?
I can tell you her date. She's lying to you. It was like March 21st, 2021.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then she looked me in the eye so quietly and said, "I love you."
Oh my.
Yeah. And I said, "I love you
too." Yeah. Oh, that's great. So 2021 till date, you're talking about 3 years. Have there been challenges? Have there been hard times? Have there been times you guys was like, I don't think I can do this.
I mean, of course.
So how did you manage?
You just keep choosing. You just decide that, you know what, this is my choice and this choice I want to stand by. And it just sort of works in a way that works for us.
So yeah. Before I ask you guys about your wishes, of course I know you're wishing yourself the best, but we just want to hear you say, now you're going to turn away and she's going to mention, tell me your color. I've asked this before.
What color?
Your best color.
Yes, please. No. Yeah, I will answer to this. Actually, thank you very much. Thank you.
And you are going to tell us her best
color. I don't even know that he has the best color. Let's not even go. However, he wears like dark colors. He wears blues. He wears a lot of blue.
Okay.
And he wears a lot of blacks as well. And it's very strange.
That's about 3 colors already.
I'm telling you, there's no specific color that is his favorite color.
Okay.
So ask ourselves this question.
Maybe after today you're going to make a decision. You're going to decide one.
You've come too far to make a decision.
Okay, so to you, I just want you to turn away so you don't do like this. What's her best food?
What's her best food?
Yes.
I think her best food is the food she cooks. That being said, she does love a good fisherman's soup and swallow and banga, you know, something with obstacles.
Oh, really?
You have to cross them, you know, you have to hop to.
Is that true?
You have to hop to your nourishment.
Oh, yeah. Is that true? Is that true?
Answer the question.
Yeah, I do love manga. Manga I really enjoy.
He got it. Okay, so your
But
wishes.
I also like plantain.
She also loves plantain.
How you plantain is not food, though. Plantain is accompaniment.
Okay, so let's wrap it up by you sharing your beautiful wishes. Right, should I? Yeah. Just share.
You can do for both of us, no? What is this? As a man.
Okay. What is what our wishes?
Yeah.
What can we wish for again? But long life and a fulfilling marriage filled with love, happiness, and the 20 children the MC said 2 days ago. We don't want that.
I said 4 though.
We want the 2 or 3 that she accepted.
Okay,
she said 2, I said 3.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. Do you have something you want to say to beautiful women that are hoping and trusting that someday it will come?
I'm just sorry for you. My own is
You will say your own. Your own are finished. Okay.
I mean, it's a choice, no? If you want it, you have it. If you don't want it, that's also fine. It's just,
All right.
you choose.
All right, thank you. It's so good having the both of you at the podcast corner for Souq News Television, and we wish you all of the best. Beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
And again, we'll have another special person at the side of Souq Podcast. It's still all about Omaka and Augustine, and she's no other person than Joy Femi Wash. It's pleased to have you. Okay, so because the bride is your niece, I'm sure you have a whole lot to talk about. So share with us about the bride.
Okay. As an auntie, they grow up in my hands.
Oh, great.
Practically, I trained them in what they call education. They started learning how to speak from me. They started learning how to read from me. I was auntie that they will never forget.
Wow, that's so amazing. And tell me, those days while growing up, did you really see the future knowing that something beautiful is going to come out from such a child?
Yes, because she's a child to be with. When she was born, looking at her, she was very beautiful. And she was very promising. She's intelligent, very capable. Whatever she wants, she will find it. And she grew up in my hand as a baby. She became my chief bridesmaid.
Oh, that's very
chief bridesmaid.
Oh my!
And aside from that, the mother and the father, the one that gave me education, what they call, they sent me to university, trained me at university. What I am today can be.
That's great.
And they love their aunt. And aside from that, I know from
Thank
my
you.
heart.
That's great. That's really good to hear, I must say. So, because you have a lot of experience now, you've been married for years. So, what advice do you have for this newlywed couple?
Okay. Patience, dedication, determination, investment. They should invest into their marriage. Investment in the sense that they should not be joined. They should support each other. They should work to get the best for each other. They shouldn't be a standard. They should work in harmony, trusting each other, believing that whatever each one has is for them.
So your wish for them?
I wish for them that will be blessful marriage, married with friends, married that will have children. That's the wish. Because it's what they desire.
That's it. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you coming around. Thank you for all the good works you've actually been doing, and also for raising Omaka. Thank you so much. And again, we have us to talk about the bride. Because he's a brother to the bride, actually. Hello, Marvelous.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good.
Tell me how excited you are.
I'm actually excited. I'm elated, actually. I'm happy, filled up with joy, and a lot of energy as well. I'm just storing it for when it's necessary to actually express myself. I am actually.
Okay, so tell us about Amaka.
Amaka, like her name says, right? Amaka, like she's very pretty. She's pretty. She will catch your attention from anywhere, right? She's happy. She's filled up with energy. She has a very strong personality, so she stands out. Very expressive. She's not one that you can just shut down or put aside, and like she's the menu, like she's the entire menu, right?
So but was there a time that you felt like, oh, Amaka, I really don't like this, and you feel very unhappy with her?
Yes, we've had moments, right, which is normal with family, right? We've had moments, lots of it growing up, especially since she's my older sister, right? I'm the one following her, like after her it's me. So we had moments, right? We went to the same primary school, Maryland Comprehensive, and then we both went to Air Force. I joined Air Force GSS2. She was already in senior secondary. So I was in Air Force for 2 years, and she was as well in Air Force. And maybe the Air Force team as well actually was part of the process, because she was part of the cadets then.
I see.
Yeah, we would go out, and then during the period of, I forgot what they called it, but we had this march pass, and she would have to dress up in her military attire. And then back then, I'm not sure if you said it, but she used to lap me, right? And so we're sort of close, but we had our moments too where we had them, like you said, we had differences, right? And those differences, which was normal, I'm a guy, right? And she's a lady. There will be times where she wants me to do things, and I have like my own stuff like that, basically. So we had our differences. There were times where I found it annoying, and like I said, she has a very strong personality, so she's not the type that you want to shove aside, like, right? So yeah, we had differences growing up in school, but I always appreciated her. Like I valued her a lot, especially that period where like she sort of paved the way for me, right? Coming into secondary school, like she had friends in senior secondary, and you're Amaka's brother, and I used to always mix up with her friends, and we always used to go home together. So yeah.
Alright, now Amaka is married. How do you feel?
I'm happy. At the same time, I'm actually very happy for her, right? Because it's something that I always used to pray about, right? That she finds someone that complements her, basically, because she has a very strong personality. She's hardworking, she's diligent, she's smart, she reads a lot of books. So growing up, she always used to read a lot, like, and then she's also a lawyer, so like, so she speaks, like, she's expressive, right? And she's very fluent in speaking, right? So my prayer was always for her to find someone that complements her, right? A man that complements her, right? And seeing us, I just totally understood, okay, I see why he's the one, right? Because he does compliment her. Like, so even when she's tense, because she does a lot, right? She's a chef, right? So her personality would always come out, but there's that, you need someone that's there for you, right? For those times where she has it all. She has it all structured, right? But there will be times where she might tend to fall apart, right? It's only normal for a human, right? Yeah, so there's someone that would be there to comfort her and just pull her together, right? That supportive personality, right?
So your wish for them today?
My wish for them today is the love that they have found, I pray never ceases to or never disappears, right? I see the way they look at each other, that spark. And like I said, the personality is the key to it all, right? Finding someone that's your friend. I'm wishing them a happy married life, right? I'm wishing them success, I'm wishing them growth, I'm wishing them understanding, right? Love, passion, friendship. They should never lose out on, right? They should always remember how they started, the moments, the laughters, the downtimes, right? Because they will definitely be, right? And there will be more in the future, right? But the friendship is what will bond them together and keep them strong, waxing very strong. So I wish them a very happy and happy home. Lots of wishes that they wish for themselves. I also wish it for them as well, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you very much. here today has been super amazing, right from guests, friends of the couples, and even the couples themselves. It's been so amazing. But you know what? We just have to say goodbye. And so as we're calling it a close on Souq podcast today, I want to remind you that you can reach out to us for all of your full video coverage. And of course, you want a podcast session like this at your event, we are fully available. You can just reach out to us via the number on your screen or through our social media platforms. Once again, I am Grace Komolafe, and until next time, we see you again.
All right, the training for top-level managers put together by the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, facilitated by African Development Studies Center, has brought several big shots from different parts of the country. Oh yes, I'm seated with one of them, and is Professor Ruben Agbons Efedi, who is the Chief Medical Director of ERA Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. It's nice to have you on Souq Podcast. Welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, so I want to cash in on this opportunity of having you here to talk about many things. First of all, how has it been for you attending a training like this where the theme is strategic insights? How relevant is that at a time like this?
It's a thing of joy for me to be here to join my course mates in this training organized by National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, CRU, in collaboration with Africa Development Studies. It has been, in fact, exciting to me because anything policy and strategy is very important to me, especially in this period that is actually complex and centric and ambiguous. So to navigate those complexities, you need such rethinking to move my institution forward.
Okay, so talking about data-driven decision making, would you say this is coming handy, like the right time is a step in the right direction? And how would you say this will help you in your own field, to make better decisions?
I love data as a scientist because for you to make science informed, you need data. Coming here today to refresh my knowledge about data-driven leadership is quite exciting to me because without data, you are just in the dark. So I really appreciate the organizers of this conference, this course for top-level managers, for introducing this course. And I was able to refresh my knowledge about the first 5 steps in data decision making. To me, I look at it as data-driven leadership. That is the only way to go in a country like ours. Anything that is not based on data is in the dark. So we really need to have a better foundation. You want to have a better foundation, you need to talk about data, make use of data to enable you to make science-informed decisions. That is my thinking, and I'm happy to be here, and I can tell you that I benefited from the course, and I'm also happy that I was able to participate actively during the period.
Okay, great. So before now, would you say there are key challenges that you would say that these have actually directly addressed? Key challenges. So would you like to highlight some of them?
In a hospital setting like ours, when I took over the chief medical director, I wanted to know what my customer feel about my services. So I need to collect data, to have a business data. But I know the problem exists. What are those problems? If they exist, what are the magnitude of these problems? So I needed to do some survey to collect data to know areas where most challenges exist so that I can tackle the problem by developing appropriate strategy. So they exist everywhere. One was the waiting time in clinic. So I wanted to know how long for a doctor-patient, before a patient can affect a doctor. I did that. I went to my emergency unit. I want to know time to intervention rate. I needed to know the data so that I can develop appropriate strategy to reduce that time to increase my customer satisfaction.
All right, so in doing that, I'm sure you set up a kind of feedback mechanism to get feedback from the customers or consumers, in this case, that happen to be patients, because you work in a hospital. In there was an interaction amongst the your classmates here at the training and the facilitator. And the conversation was about who to get the feedback to or the information to after data is being collected for a particular purpose. So in that case, you ensure that you got the information that could help you in appraising the situation and coming up with policies. Let's take it to a national level in Nigeria, where there are different agencies, different departments, and policies are being made. Let's say the number one citizen, the president of the country, wants to effect change in certain quarters. What should be the way of ensuring that the data, as it is, gets back to the right quarters without any of it being tampered with, so that the right decisions can be taken? Because sometimes there is data collection, but at the point where the data should be used, it doesn't reflect the way it should be, or even the interpretation.
Thank you very much. First of all, we start with data. The data analysis is used. Analyze data without presentation, and each decision are not taken very, very easy. So in my country, like Nigeria, I take the health sector as a case study. We already have a system in place. Luckily for us, we have the president, the chairman of the government officials, in which I consult ministers who are members of the government council. I directly report to the minister. What I think, it is my duty to collect data, analyze them, present to the minister, into a useful form, which other agencies will also do. We in the position to present the president for proper decision making. That is one way in which, if you are talking about national level. But let me say at the hospital level, what I have done is this. I have created a department of service improvement, which we have Servicom, we collect data, which analyze every third day in the week, what we know what we are doing, then we will take decisions. So we focus on this thing. Like for example, I know my NHS is not working well. I know the data is not working well. It's from data. I have to just make use of the data, information from the data, and take appropriate decision. Today, I can tell you from the, let me say, second quarter survey, the result I'm seeing is a little better than what I saw in the first quarter. So I can tell you data is important. It's also necessary for the right person who will make decisions using data. The person is there, the minister is there, the CEOs are also there.
Okay, so now let's get to your hospital proper, and not just your hospital, but the health sector in Nigeria. Sometime in this year, it was
cholera. That was the epidemic that was being dealt with. So far, the health sector have been able to manage the situation. It's not about cholera anymore. Now it's monkeypox. What's going on? What are the issues? What is the situation like with monkeypox outbreak in Nigeria? What can you tell us about it?
Mpox, monkeypox. I would say this has been with us, but periodic upsurge does exist. Right now we are having outbreak, and the WHO has actually declared as this of international public health emergency, so it can be declared. But about 3 years ago, there was an outbreak too, which we all work together, and part of the local team who work at Mpox. We were working on it before this went down. We were preparing for trial using certain education for the new wave. So there was no for everything went down. Now we are having a muscle again. So it has come again. Luckily for me, my hospital is the only tertiary infectious disease hospital in the country. We are at the hospital. We have the capacity to diagnose any virus using PCR. We are capable of making 25 pathogens a day. We have all the parameters. We made us go Mpox. As of this point in Nigeria, I want to know that we have 2 new cases of Mpox in the hospital. So, whereas about 2 or 3 weeks ago we don't have any, but right now we have 2 confirmed cases of Mpox. It's a disease that is with us. I don't really know more about it. I've already had the community health department to create awareness so that many people will not be affected by this disease. I'm an executive of gynecology. One of our people we publish is Mpox in pregnancies. It's online, and I was opportunity to develop how people who are pregnant with Mpox, how they deliver to prevent bonded to child transmission. It's well written and it's actually available. We published in major infection disease journal, and with a group of all Nigeria. I think that's one of the first papers in the software. And we did that. So, ICDC doing its job. We also doing ours to help the country to make sure many Nigerians are not really affected.
Okay. So, somehow everything is experiencing change. Monkeypox, Mpox. When I saw Mpox, which one is Mpox? So, doing a bit of research, I realized that the very first case in Nigeria started was in 1947 by a 4-year-old girl, and somehow the mother also got it from her. That was the first human-to-human, transmission. And I read further, I got to realize that this came from animal or all of that. So if that baby 4-year-old got it and they couldn't trace where that happened from, so can you just tell us specifically the cause? Now let's talk about the transmission, and again, what was the exact cause? Where did it start from? Is it truly from animal or it's something entirely? We just want people to have this knowledge so they don't go about with false information or unclear details,
Okay. Initially, what we do is we get from animal to human. Human to human transmission without intercourse phase of transmission. It does happen like that. We come to the animal from any animal right now. So contact with infected people, we also their infected products, blood products, body fluid can lead to that. That one is well established. But for have a baby with that, a baby could get it from even fellow babies, that be from mother to baby, that also be from just any other sources, if possible. But if you really want to know where the present outbreak is coming from, the only thing you can do is to do what's called genomic surveillance, to trace it to the root where it's coming from. You know, say this outbreak, where is it from? Is it from human to human or from animal to human? Then human to human. Which one occurs most? It's going to be from surveillance. You have to do what's called sequencing and trace it to the origin to really confirm. We do it for loss of fever every year because I'm a area scientist. We want to always know where is that coming from.
Coming
is it
from
a new one? Is it from rat to human or human to human? What is the major mode, the source of it? We always want to always coming from rat to human. So also if you want to know this, when we sequence to know where this particular address is coming from. Without that, we cannot say much.
Okay. Let's also talk about prevention. Yes, it is out there, and especially I think they're looking at it more predominantly in Africa at the moment. Like DR Congo, they had these severe cases. So, prevention. What do people need to do back to ensure that they are safe?
Well, we have 3 levels of prevention. The first one is coming with awareness. I thought we are doing to let the public know that any process is right away. This is what we are doing with this instrument, and this is with human vaccinations. Of course, if we are the rest of the days are affected, the economy will be affected. Our daily life, education, all parts of the economy, we don't want that. So, the first thing we are going to do is to create awareness. By using academic media, using leaflets, people know what airport is all about. The other one is to when people are affected, you treat them in the isolated environment so that they don't have in contact with what do you do? But to treat them properly, that's what we do. The first thing is to contain it, that's too easy. And use it to go straight for other people. So I think what we are doing right now is the primary level. Let's create awareness. Okay. Let people know such a thing exists.
All right. Okay. Now that people are getting to know it does exist, are there certain areas that in your research, in your study now, or observation, you found that are more prone to this infection? Is it more common in certain areas? I'm talking about treatment. Is a treatment available here? Is it something that, when a person has it, the person can be treated and gets well?
I will talk from experience. I have not really looked at the distribution of the end possible material as of today. But what I know in my environment, I have to persist today.
Is this something that is more common in the rural area than in urban centers?
We need to do some analysis for us to know. We need to do some analysis. We want to look at people who are affected. When you put them together, you do the analysis. I will not say they are more common in urban, or let us put this and analyze them. We are going back to data where we are coming from. The data will not speak at the end of the day. So, where are these people coming from? We can't make such statement today. I can say maybe the next 1 month we'll make such a statement. But always, the people of low socioeconomic class, they are more likely to have it. That is what I'm seeing right away. But let us wait a little bit so I can do proper analysis, collect proper data so I can make such statement, so I will not mislead
the people. All right, what about symptoms? What are those symptoms that one should watch out for? People should watch out for in themselves and in others. You see a person with this and that, I'm to keep away because that person may be coming down with monkeypox.
What I will say, to make it simple, I don't know if people are concerned with chickenpox.
Yes.
But this one is more than that. And what we know is that it's not common in some areas in the body, like maybe the carrier, but it can also be generalized. It can be general, do you understand? But the rash is a little bit different from that of chickenpox in a way. When you see anything like have a rash, we call it a rash that are a little bigger than that. That we also have pains and fever.
Are they like rash that are boil-like?
They are boil-like, so they are unsightly. Do you understand? Suspect any rash for this period, any rash that are more than unusual, we suspect that this is very affected. doctor will be able to define it better. One of my doctors was able to create an atlas of MPOS presentation. It's available in the net. Dr. Seb Ayo is a dermatologist. He is also working with the WHO. He is one of those who contributed to create an atlas on what you can see. We also presented the paper on atypical presentation of MPOS. We did that, and that one is published, is available online to know what we saw from that study. It's also there. So maybe at the end of the day, we can just log in and look at atypical presentation of MPOS. That one by myself, and the Professor Kubuni. We did that. We try to help our people to realize that MPOS can also present in an unusual way, not always the way you are saying on television or on leaflets.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let's talk about vaccine for monkeypox. You know, when it comes to vaccination from other part of the world, let me say the Western world, it's more like it's a go-to thing. They don't really bother much. But here in this part of the world, when you hear vaccine, people are like, oh no. So what's the position of vaccine at the moment for monkeypox, MPOS, okay, MPOS, how are people reacting, do you think? Because I read a piece of information saying that Nigerians are not really, in for it, So I want you to speak to this.
Like any of that, Nigerians are, okay, let me say, by saying especially Nigeria, I don't know that. It's like the myth of the matter, I don't know, that. Nigerians try to go with more with information. Vaccine is actually very good, but it's not available for everybody. So that is why they are trying to do it better. To use the smallpox vaccine of 20 days to see whether it will work for MPOS. So that one was already there, but polio was the problem. I feel with the new research now, polio will become available for what people consider the MOSA trial. MOSA trial. And they used to use to see whether it will work for MPOS. That one has not really come. But we need to educate our people. You understand? Wrong information go out here very fast before they really need information. Just like COVID, people are not ready to take COVID vaccine. But I believe more in the community engagement with our people, educate them. Really, hear from their own perspective, so you can now change it and better one. That's what I think. It's something they are doing. Vaccine centers among Nigerians is quite low. We have government. If you look at the vaccine for human papillomavirus, then the long run prevents cervical cancer. Nigeria are ready to take them, even when they are free. It's not their fault. It's misinformation. It's not Nigerian's fault. But I know that some people use their money to purchase that vaccine to give to their children. Also, buying a dose for as much as 2,000. But government provided it free for the right to take it. It's not still the people's problem. It's government buying without knowing the people's perception about the new vaccine. They need to correct all that before purchase of those vaccine.
All right, so let's look at some policies that should be made against epidemics like this. During the time of Ebola, there were awareness campaigns and there were talk about, people should avoid eating animals from the bush, what we call bushmeat here. And during the COVID-19 era, there were also policies that affect the transportation sector to prevent people from being too close, that physical contact. So in buses, in public transport system where you have 4 passengers per seat, it was brought down to 3 passengers. For social events, more than 50 persons were not allowed to converge within a hall to give that social distancing, that's physical distancing. So in a time like this, are there certain policies that can help the prevention of the spread of monkeypox?
What I say, I don't think you need such policy coming from government, but advice. Right now is for us to keep on job hygiene. Going to be a solution, like hand washing, stay doing what I'm supposed to do to prevent contact with other people, especially those people with lesions, all those personal protective,
personal hygiene
hygiene
practice.
is very, very important. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what we used to define the market right now, where they are, but I feel that if you take appropriate measures like hand washing, personal hygiene, avoiding contact with people who are infected, really help. For us who are working in hospital, we take more protective measures, like wearing personal protective gadgets in managing those patients who are infected with herpes. I have to put this in isolation ward. That is a measure. Nursing there in isolation ward is a public health measure, but it's well known to prevent person to person
transmission.
Okay, so perhaps, I don't know if you still have more questions, but I just want to take him back to the class, right? Okay. So,
before the class.
Okay. All right.
Before the class, let's just, can you talk to those who are watching? Because whenever people hear things like this, it sort of brings this fear. People are thinking, oh, I don't know what's happening. There's mpox now. So it means that one has to be careful. You never can tell where you get it from. And you've talked about what your own institution is doing to prevent and even to curtail the spread. What should be the approach nationally? Is what has helped your own hospital? Is it because you have the equipment? Is it because it's an attitude thing and so you're proactive? What exactly is making it easy for area specialist teaching hospital to be able to combat a situation like this, an epidemic like this, as you have been able to combat Lassa fever, COVID-19? What should be the approach for the health sector?
Thank you very much for this important question. River Teaching Hospital has been in the forefront to deal with infectious diseases, especially viral. Lassa fever, yellow fever, dengue, even COVID-19. Anything called viral hemorrhagic viruses, we are specialists in that. We have been doing that. But I can tell you one of the major breakthrough for you was the ability to make diagnosis. That's what really helped us. I can tell you as a country. We were able to make diagnosis for viruses using latest technology as far as 2007. So since then, there is no day we don't have a setup for any of those viruses like Lassa, even COVID. We do it almost every day. So that's one of the major strong points for you. From there, we grew to become expert in case management. From there, we developed our public health unit to create awareness. For this purpose, they have already developed their own case definition, public awareness leaflets, education of our staff. We call it the internal community first, before the external community. We start educating them about it. It's what we do every day. So it's actually part of us. I can tell you one of the things that are helping us is the ability to make diagnosis. Doing that is the human resource. We have trained our our scientists all over the world. In US, China, Germany, France, in all the major institutions, we are able to train them. I can tell you right now, there is no day, no member of my laboratory will not be outside the country. We are able to develop that kind of partnership with international institutions over the world. Today, people are moving to Germany today. As I'm here, they are moving to Germany to develop their bomber laboratory. You can move to any area in Nigeria. In February, we Kaduna the Reference Hospital to help them to contain lateral fever by moving our mobile laboratory. So you can see the engine of IRWA is what? Able to make what?
Diagnosis.
It's not just suspecting. You say this is a virus. This is not a virus. This is NPOS. This is not NPOS. You can make a double NPOS. This is NPOS. This is not NPOS. We can tell you. Once you're able to diagnose, you have no, we call it root cause of the problem. For root cause of the problem, you can look at, you go to what? How you can overcome such a problem. That's our major strong point, our major, we call it, when you talk about diagnosis, it's error. If you say it is yes, because we have never stopped for how many years? More than what?
So how can this be replicated nationwide? We find that medical tourism is one way in which Nigeria's resources leave the country. People go out to India to find treatment for whatever ailment they may have. So if ERA is doing this, how can it be replicated so that people can have treatment in Nigeria without having to travel abroad? Diagnosis and treatments.
Nigeria is a blessed country. The only problem we have is our behavior. I believe that if a system can rewire the people's behavior, we can rewire the system. Because the government tried to replicate molecular diagnostic equipment all over the country. From our survey, which I was mandated to do by my committee, only 40% of those equipment government bought all over the country are really functioning. Okay. How many of them are doing that diagnosis every day? They are not to about 10%. So it's a problem. You don't really blame them. It's has to do with our behavior, our commitment. The country had to develop a way to make people to be consistently committed to doing the right thing. How to do that? How to do with training and other things to retain your staff. Motivation must not be a form of money. I have got to do that. Motivation can be in terms of recognition. People have been fighting for recognition. Eventually, we got it from the outside world before the country recognizes us. What really helps us is that consistent commitment to prevent brother and sister from dying from just a minor from viruses. It can be done actually. I think the country invested a lot in doing that. It's not left for us to keep on doing the right thing. That is what I really think. There's no day I will not have the result of my PCR in my pocket, in my phone, by the end of today. Whether I open it or not, they know they're going to look at it.
What's your PCR?
PCR, polymerase chain reaction.
You know we're not in your field.
Yeah.
And those watching, some of them are not in your field.
Molecular diagnosis.
Okay.
Using PCR is a technology.
Okay.
Thank you.
Retain and shape, Yes. I mean, Blessing mentioned earlier that you see people travel abroad for medical treatments and all of that. So let's also look at having our doctors travel abroad to stay over there to work rather than keeping them here. You understand? So you've mentioned about your strong point. You've talked about your strong point, what you people can do best. So how about the place of the government to ensure that these people are really, ready to stay? To ensure, even when they are not ready to stay. I mean, you've talked about incentive. Did you say incentive now? Motivation now, not necessarily by cash, but there are basic things that I feel maybe government have to do that will encourage these people and keep them. I mean, how about that? And again, you talked about training. Must all of the training be outside? Yesterday we had this conversation, and I was talking about why do we have to always go abroad for training? Why don't we have those people come over to even do the training here? All of this put together, what do you have to say?
Yes, but government is like the father.
So he's the president, fine, and all the other layers of government. But what we need to do for ourselves is doing so. Actually, it's a benefit for each people go outside. It's benefit to us. But when they go, they are come back home. There are many benefits of that. Fine, if government knows that is a problem, as they are doing right now, Why can't you increase the population of people who are only qualified to work here? If they go out, they don't mean well. That's why
they are coming back.
They can come back. Even they go back, they can go back. There is always the way they come back. They don't carry their whole family away. They have brother, they have sister, they have father. Their parents is celebrating with them. One day they will also come back to bring technology back home. If they develop through that, they brought technology back home. Oh, let us go home to go and develop our home. There's no way they will not come home.
So let me chip in. Should we get to that point where until they have to go abroad and come back before we appreciate what we have? Why don't we have them, those here doing something that we will appreciate rather than waiting for those that have stepped out to come in first before we begin to say, oh, we have the good hands?
It's for government to massive. When they go to Ababa, they are all happy on doing what I'm telling you right now. Yes, sir. If for you to have those regional, what do you call it, a laboratory, for example, develop them. People who are really doing something and they are seeing the result, they will not go anywhere. I can tell you. If they start what you are doing, like for example, if I'm managing a hospital, I'm seeing results. That might be my motivation or results. Support, recognition might be my motivation to school. Many of our people, they don't feel satisfied because what recognition, important. Of course, finance is another problem. With our economy, the way our economy is behaving, we also encourage people. You understand? But it's a multi-factor that drive that limit retention of what Nigerians. To me, one of the first things to do is to increase the number. Because we have institutions in Nigeria that can actually increase the number of doctors, nurses in Nigeria. Like I was very happy that the way the president announced 5 new medical centers with College of Nursing in Ekpere, we have one in Busan, in Bauchi. So we have a hospital with College of Nursing. That means they want to increase the number of nurses actively in the country. By so doing, even if some leave, we still have some remaining. I told you that it's not always disadvantageous for them to do. It's also an opinion. For example, I can go to UK and meet the Nigerian doctors. They will get to training. They will give me the secret of the technology. It's also an opinion. I don't. To actually stop them, it will be very difficult, I can tell you. The best thing to do right now is to increase the number of personnel, which Nigerians are capable of doing.
All right, so as we wrap up, coming back to the training, so now that the conversation is about strategic thinking, strategic insights and planning, what are you expecting to see happen in the nation's public organizations and even the private sector at the end of this, since it's top-level managers that have gathered here and are going to be trained? What kind of new developments, what kind of happenings are you expecting to come out as a result of this?
I expect a positive change in my position because as a company manager, I believe in strategic leadership. That when you not only develop strategy, you also develop implementations of your strategy, not just be a leader. You must implement your strategy in a way that develops appropriate implementation strategy. Because implementation strategy, you have strategy, you also have implementation strategy on how to do that. That is the way you actually move forward. When you think that way, your mission is big and your vision is sharp. That is so I am here to sharpen my vision and to be my vision. So I want to be something.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Ruben Agbons, who is the Chief Medical Director, Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, Edo State, and he is a participant here at the NIPS ADSC training for top-level managers on strategic insight. NIPS, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, in collaboration with African Development Studies Center and this training continues. So podcast is here bringing you highlights of the event and also bringing to you some of the participants. We'll still have to bring to you some of the facilitators. We do not fail on our promise. Eventually, you get to meet them. Stay. Good to know that you're still with us on Souq podcast today, and we're bringing to you the highlights of the ongoing NIPS and ADSC training for top-level managers. In case you're wondering again, what is NIPS? I'll tell you. So it is the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. They've come together with African Development Studies Center, ADSC, to organize a training for upskilling for top-level managers in the public and private sector. If you've been following the show today so far, we've been talking with, we had a conversation with the Chief Medical Director of Era Specialist Teaching Hospital, but away from the healthcare sector, because those who are represented in this training are not just those from the healthcare sector. We also have someone from the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. She is Latifat Salau Esquire. I like to add that, even though she says, I'm just Latifat Salau, she's a legal practitioner and she works for Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. Good to have you on the podcast.
Thank you very much for having me on this program.
So in this training, we see that there are many of you from different sectors, different areas. Yes, I just mentioned that earlier we had a conversation with the Chief Medical Director from the Era Specialist Teaching Hospital, and you are from the Legal Aid Council. Now, if we are to look at how to position Nigeria, because in the course of the training session today, there was a case study on how to position Nigeria in the Committee of Nations in spite of the challenges that the country faces. And the theme for this training so far has been strategic insight. What kind of strategic insight and planning would Nigeria need to position the country rightly? You were a team lead for your group.
We have a positive mind change. We need to reorientate ourselves to know that if we don't change what is in us, we'll never get a change. We all need to work hand in hand, everybody, both the led and the leaders, to make sure that we get positive vibes out for Nigeria. When we have that change of heart about doing only the positive things, let us project Nigeria in a very positive light. Enough of all the negativities. We need to be positive and project Nigeria in a positive light to be able to get other people to take us seriously. If we want Nigeria to move forward, then we have to take Nigeria in a positive light to the whole world out there. Otherwise, nobody will take us seriously.
Okay, so obviously there will be one challenge or the other which you experience from your sector, and they say that somehow people, we are the problem of ourselves. So how do you deal with difficult people when it comes to delivering your job? How do you handle difficult people?
When you come across a difficult person in the line of the job, you try to look at where they're coming from. What is exactly the problem that is making them difficult? It could be family, it could be individual, it could just be that mindset that I earlier talked about. So when we get the person to see the reason we need to make Nigeria work, the person will have to drop that difficulty and work along with everybody in the organization.
Okay, so talking about data-driven decision making, I think I'm still going to talk about challenges. So do you find it very easy getting the right data to take some specific decision?
Yes, in my organization we have a unit that deals with data. There are qualified statisticians who are employed in that unit to do the work. Although it's a bit difficult at times, but at the end of the day, because the Legal Aid Council have representation in all the 36 states of the country. So to get people to send in their information in good time is a bit of a challenge, but at the end of the day, we always get the correct data from the states.
Talking more now about the Legal Aid Council, justice is something that every human being seeks. At some point in time, people may need to have justice for themselves, whether it's about a wrong that's been done them. But you know that legal services is expensive, and I'm sure that's why the Legal Aid Council exists. But looking at the number or the number of lawyers that Nigeria has to the population, what can be done to ensure that every Nigerian has that sense of belonging, regardless of their status, when there is a need for justice, when there is need for someone to advocate for them, they are not denied that right? How can the country strategically defend the right of its citizens or ensure that citizens have access to defense?
The federal government sets up the Legal Aid Council with the main aim of providing access to qualitative legal representation in various courts. There's no denying the fact that Legal Aid Council is not, Legal Aid Council cannot deliver the legal practice that cannot represent everybody because of the sheer number of people who are involved. This is why the Legal Aid Council, we have collaboration with other bodies, the MBA, the private practitioners. They work hand in hand with the Legal Aid Council so that we can get to as much people as possible. The private practitioners, they do pro bono services, and in doing this, we are able to get across to as many people as possible. There is still room for more, actually, but then we are doing the best in the circumstance.
All right, not to take much of your time because you need to return back to the training, but you touched on a very critical point, and that's getting the right narrative out of Nigeria. For some persons that perhaps at the point they thought all hope is gone because they can't afford the services of a lawyer, maybe the legal aid services came to their rescue. How do we get the narratives of things that are working out of Nigeria or circulating so that maybe it can restore faith in Nigeria? It can help people know that if this can work, maybe in their own areas, they too can do something to make the country work, and by that, Nigeria is positioned rightly in the common view of nations.
That's where the media comes into play. When the Legal Aid Council, activities of the council gets out in the public, it will go a long way to sensitize the people about the availability of these services so that those outside the country will know that, okay, there's justice for everybody through the Legal Aid Council. Notwithstanding your strata in the society, you could be the poorest person. The Legal Aid Council is always there to render the services required.
Okay, I think I'd like to take this before we let you go, right? Talking about time duration for delivery, because most times you hear people say, oh, you want to take this matter to court, you are going to spend the whole years and all of that, pushing it, and at the end of the day, you probably might not get favorable results, or you won't even hear anything at all. So, talking about Legal Aid Council, how well are you ensuring that whatever you're pushing, it takes just adequate time, not necessarily spending time before results, have been pushed out?
That's not in the powers of the council to decide when a matter will end. Once a matter gets into courts, it's the courts that will determine when a matter will end. But on the part of the legal aid, the much we can do is to ensure that on every adjourned date, when a matter is in court, the Legal Aid Council is present in court to represent the client so that there will be no delay in delivery of justice for the poor man. And I dare say that in recent time, there has been improvement in the delivery time of our courts. So we are looking forward to better times to come.
Okay, we hope that eventually the justice system gets to the speed, because you know what they say, justice delayed sometimes can be justice denied. It's not when a person has died that maybe verdict on a particular case will be delivered, so who benefits from that verdict anymore? But we just hope that the necessary things to be done, particularly with this training, strategic insights and planning, we'll see changes. Thank you so much, Latifat Salau, who's a legal practitioner with Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, for speaking with us today on Souq Podcast. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And finally, the resource person for today's session, and he is Maurice Ekbong, Director, African Journal for Sustainable Development. Oh yes, it's been a wonderful session. I wish we could actually bring you videos of that, but hey, like Will mentioned, this is something that some persons have had to pay for, so we can't just have everything. But you're getting a lot from it. So, Maurice Ekbong, it's been a wonderful session in there. A debate on how to move Nigeria forward, what kind of strategic thinking Nigeria needs to move it forward. And you've moderated the session, you've been the resource person. From your own standpoint, what do you think fundamentally are some of the issues that has hindered growth and development in Nigeria? And from the session, do you think Nigeria is getting it right, exploring the mindset of the participants?
Yes, I mean, so thank you very much. What are the fundamental challenges? I mean, if you look at the session that we took today, basically, how to make data-driven decisions, right? The key thing is we don't have data that has integrity in Nigeria. We don't have the right quality of data. So when you don't have the right data, the decisions you make will be faulty. So that's like at the base, right? So we need to improve on the quality of our data so that the decisions we make can actually solve the problems that they are intended to solve.
Talking about data-driven decision making, you actually broke it down, bringing different aspects of it. Data literacy, what role does it play in all of this?
I mean, first of all, literacy is at the bottom again of whatever it is that you build as a nation. You need to have people that understand the challenges, understand their roles, in ensuring development at their own small, level. So data literacy is important, right? Data literacy is important. We must, as a people, see how the little decisions we make, right, impact on the quality of decision. I made mention that if, for instance, government were to start, say, something to empower people, you will find Nigerians cooking up the records. You'll find a lot of people, lying about the size of their households just to benefit more. So all of these impact development because they take resources from places where they are needed to places where they are not needed. So when that happens, you have uneven development. So we must understand the impact of the little decisions we make at our small spaces, small corners on the entire development of the country.
So in there, the part of the debate was about Nigeria or Africa creating a new narrative. Now, there is no point denying the fact that for a lot of technology, lots of things that Africans use, Africa depends on the West. Now, providing this new information with data that will lead to a disruption of the normal or what has been known over the years, and Africa charting its own course, defining its own development, would take a lot. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, so definitely, if Africa comes of age, it will definitely mean, upturning the apple cart, if you will, stepping on toes, changing the dynamics. So some people will not be very happy, but we have to take our destiny into our own hands as a people, and move forward fundamentally. The interest of Africa and Africans must be paramount, before we consider the interest of other external parties. So if that means renegotiating our relationships with our partners, so be it. But we cannot have a situation where people continue to exploit Africa, you know, and take the resources of the continent outside of the continent. We can't continue, you know, that trajectory if we want to see development happen in the next couple of years.
So you also made mention of Nigeria depending on the West, you know, to do some major things, and at the same time seeking for validation. And at that point, you see some information being, you know, cut down, even up, getting to the level where it's supposed to get to. What do you think Nigeria can do differently to change the face of things?
I mean, first of all, realize that, you know, you can be self-reliant. I mean, a nation of 200 million people is a self-sustaining market. You have all the resources, you have land, you can farm, you know, you can grow the different foods that you eat. You know, you have different mineral resources, crude oil. You now have a refinery and several on stream. So basically, you can be self-reliant. How did America develop? America didn't develop from selling to anybody. America developed by, you know, developing its resources. You know, you had entrepreneurs who, you know, invested in rail, who invested in, you know, infrastructure, in sea transport and all of that. And that was the basis for, you know, their industrial development. If you have 200 million people, right, as we have, and you have land as we have, how much really do you really need? You have the expertise, you have engineers, you know, you have professors, you have people who have research capabilities, who can innovate and solve our practical problems. You know, so there's no fear in terms of what can happen if we decide to take our future into our own hands.
And how about circulation and acceptance within ourselves?
Yeah, so we also need a lot of education, right? Because if you say made in Nigeria, a lot of people will be like, no. Made in Aba, no. But you know, I remember back in the day, made in Taiwan was something that people laughed at, right? If you say this thing is from Taiwan, oh, Taiwan. But today, Taiwan is top quality. So you have to start, it's okay to start from imitation, from copy, as long as you are constantly improving. So we must eat our own food. We must drive our own cars. We must wear our own clothes. You know, that's the starting point. There's nothing, you know, shameful in being African, right? In identifying with Africa, and therefore using the local resources, you know, to meet the aspirations of the people. Part of the challenge that I see is that we are trying to be people that we are not, right? We left the tradition and the culture of our forefathers in quest to become like the Oyibo man, in quote. Now we are like a bat because we are not the Oyibo man and we are not the African. We are somewhere in the middle. So we are lost. We fundamentally need to go back to where we are coming from and say, look, this is who we are. These are the values that stand us out. And therefore, this is how we want to define ourselves without fear of what people will think about us. Right? Yeah.
All right, you talked about we're trying to impress, and there's a way they say it in the street. Who do you want to impress? In Pidgin, they say, who you want to impress? Well, the person to impress or the people to impress should be Africans, trying to impress Africans. Because at the end of the day, it comes back to what Africa needs and what Africa wants. And I think we should also begin from collecting our own data. Africa should collect data relevant to the development of Africa by Africans.
Correct.
That way we can have authentic data, and everyone should just know that it's for the benefit of the nation, it's for the benefit of the continent. Thank you so much, Maurice Ekpong, who is Director of African Journal for Sustainable Development. He's been the facilitator for the second day of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies training in collaboration with African Development Studies Center. This is where we wrap today's edition of Souq Podcast. The special series Strategic Thinking continues in the next edition. I'm Blessing AJ and have been here with
Grace Komalafe. See you tomorrow. Bye.
See you in the next. Bye.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are,
It helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability pose
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News, reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Oyinpriye Kurmale. Let's begin with today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu signed bills establishing 2 specialized universities to enhance Nigeria's human capital development and sectoral growth. The Central Bank of Nigeria extends dollar sales to BDC operators until May 13th as Naira value to the dollar converges in the parallel and official market. The CBN justifies increase in ATM withdrawal charges, says the move will incentivize the banks to make cash available at ATMs. Nigeria urges China to be included on tariff exemption nation. President Bola Tinubu has signed 2 bills establishing the Federal University of Agriculture and Development Studies, Iragbiji, Osun State, and the Federal University of Technology and Environmental Sciences in Ekiti State. The special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, disclosed this in a statement on Thursday. Tinubu emphasized that these institutions would drive research, innovation, and economic development while addressing the educational needs of Nigerians. The President highlighted the strategic importance of these specialized universities in enhancing Nigeria's human capital development in agriculture, science, and technology. He stated that the institutions would serve as training grounds for professionals, boosting the nation's competitiveness in global economy. Meanwhile, the Osun State Ministry of Federal Affairs, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has engaged over 32 ambassadors to showcase the state's agricultural potential and attract foreign investors. During a high-profile meeting, the Osun State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Tola Fashiru, announced plans to host an agricultural investment conference in April to create opportunities for private sector participation in agribusiness. Senator Lere Oyomi emphasized Osun's readiness for investment, highlighting the state's strong infrastructure, free trade zones, and business-friendly policies promoting agro-industrialization. He assured foreign investors that Osun remains a key agricultural hub in southwestern Nigeria, offering a conducive environment for agribusiness growth. Ambassadors from Tunisia, Cuba, and other countries pledged support, expressing interest in bringing investors to explore opportunities in the state. Now, President Bola Tinubu has praised former military leader General Ibrahim Babangida for admitting that Chief MKO Abiola won the June 12, 1993 presidential election. Now, speaking at the launch of Babangida's autobiography, A Journey in Service, Tinubu described the admission as courageous and patriotic, saying it helps set the record straight in Nigeria's democratic history. Babangida, who ruled Nigeria from 1985 to 1993, revealed that he was unaware when the election was annulled, blaming powerful forces led by General Sani Abacha. He described the annulment as an accident of history and accepted full responsibility for actions taken under his leadership. Now, Vice President Kashim Shettima has called on state governors, ministers, and private sector leaders to take advantage and urge action against malnutrition in Nigeria. Speaking at the launch of the Nutrition 774 initiative during the National Economic Council meeting in Abuja, Shettima stressed that malnutrition weakens productivity, learning, and national growth. He revealed statistics that 40% of Nigerian children under 5 suffers from stunting, 8% from wasting, and 27% from underweight. The initiative, backed by the President Bola Tinubu's administration, aims to combat child malnutrition and secure a healthy future for Nigerian children. Now, the federal government has raised alarm over the lackluster performance of Nigeria's special economic zones, despite having over 200 operational zones, one of the highest in Africa. Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduole, announced that the government is rolling out regulatory and fiscal reforms to unlock the full potential of special economic zones and drive economic growth. Speaking at the 3rd Special Economic Zones yearly meeting in Lagos, Oduole compared Nigeria's underwhelming special economic zones contributions to Morocco's thriving free trade zones, which have become major hubs for the automotive and aerospace sectors. While Nigeria's special economic zones have attracted over $300 billion in investments and generated 650 billion naira in government revenue, Oduole emphasized that more needs to be done to boost exports and diversify the economy. She assured that the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is collaborating with key agencies, including the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and NEBZA, to streamline policies and ensure special economic zones incentives remain globally competitive. Now, the NSCDC, Tantita, collaborate to combat oil theft in the Niger Delta. We'll bring you details of this in a moment. Do stay with us.
Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, Despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize.
Welcome back and many thanks for joining us. And now on to security issues. The Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ahmed Audi, has pledged ongoing collaboration with Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited to protect critical government assets in the Niger Delta. During an operational visit to Tantita's head office in Warri and Baramatu Kingdom, Audi commended the security firm's role in reducing crude oil theft, emphasizing that no single agency has a monopoly on security strategies. Acknowledging Tantita's impact, Audi stated that the partnership had significantly boosted Nigeria's crude oil production capacity. He assured Tantita of NSCDC's support in ensuring the success of their security operations, adding that the welfare of personnel involved in pipeline surveillance remains a priority. Tantita's Managing Director, Kirsten Bondi, highlighted the firm's contributions, noting improvements in oil production and environmental restoration, including cleaner waters and the return of aquatic life. The chairman of Tantita Security Services, High Chief Government Ekpemukolo, also known as Tompolo, welcomed the NSCDC delegation in Baramatu Kingdom and lauded President Tinubu's administration for fostering a fair environment for private security firms to combat oil theft. Now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has called for urgent structural reforms in the global economic space, noting that Africa and Nigeria in particular have continued to face economic challenges occasioned by external financial pressures and inequitable trade systems. Tuga made the call at the ongoing G20 Foreign Ministers meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa. He emphasized the need for more inclusive global financial governance while calling for an overhaul of financial institutions to allow fair access to funding for development economies. The minister further stressed the importance of debt sustainability while urging developing nations and multilateral lenders to implement policies that support long-term growth rather than impose restrictive conditions that hinder economic progress. Now, the Nigerian naira appreciated to 1,494 naira 3 kobo per dollar at the official foreign exchange window, marking a 1.04% gain, according to financial market dealers and quotation securities exchange data. Similarly, in the parallel market, the naira strengthened to 1,510 naira per dollar, reducing the gap between both markets to 15 naira 50 kobo. Analysts attribute this improvement to recent foreign extensions and the CBN's extension of dollar sales to Bureau de Change operators until May 13th. It has been identified as a key factor in stabilizing the exchange rate. The president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators, Aminu Gwadabe, noted that increased liquidity from interbank proceeds to BDC is helping to reduce speculations and panic in the market. This appreciation follows a series of policy adjustments aimed at boosting confidence in Nigeria's foreign exchange. Meanwhile, the Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee has maintained the benchmark interest rate at 27.5%, citing ongoing stability in the foreign exchange market. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso emphasized that the recent convergence of exchange rates between the official and parallel market reflect improved macroeconomic conditions. The Monetary Policy Committee also acknowledged new measures such as the Electronic Foreign Exchange Matching System and Nigeria Foreign Exchange Code, which aims to enhance transparency and investor confidence in the financial market. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has justified its decision to increase interbank ATM withdrawal charges, stating that the move will encourage banks to ensure better access to cash at ATMs. The CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso made this known during the Apex Bank's Monetary Policy Committee meeting, where key interest rates were retained to maintain economic stability. He emphasized that banks need to incentivize to enhance ATM services, ensuring seamless cash withdrawals for Nigerians. Cardoso explained that the new charges of 100 naira per 20,000 naira withdrawal from other banks and ATMs would lead to proliferation of ATM machines, making cash access more convenient. He assured that customers withdrawing from their own bank's ATM would not be charged, while those who frequently use another bank's ATM could opt for an additional card to avoid fees. He added that the measure will curb excessive withdrawal charges by non-bank operators who exploit cash shortages in addressing broader economic concerns. Cardoso reiterated the CBN's commitment to stabilizing the financial and forex markets, essential for attracting foreign investment and spurring economic growth. He reaffirmed the bank's inflation control strategy, aiming to bring inflation down to single digits in the long term. Now, the Standards Organization of Nigeria says it has achieved a more than 60% harmonization of export certification to ensure ease in intracontinental trade. SAN Assistant Director of Trade, Chioma Chudi Anaku, made this known on the sidelines of the final validation of the Mark Access Guide, an e-commerce platform held recently in Lagos by the Nigerian African Continental Free Trade Area and the Coordinating Office. She said the agency has made a headway in standards harmonization, especially through Nigeria's membership in the African Organization for Standardization, which is the continent's intergovernmental standards and the body formed by the then Organization of African Unity and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in 1977. The SAN executive also said the agency has worked to get mutual recognition agreements with its counterparts in the African continent to ensure that Nigeria's certification is accepted and vice versa. Now, Nigeria seeks China's trade tariff removal and inclusion. You're still watching Souq News Television. We're going to break. I'll be back in a moment to join us again. Welcome back. Glad to know you're still with us. Now, the federal government has urged China to extend its recent trade tariff removal to Nigeria, aligning with similar benefits granted to 33 other nations and African countries. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, made this special appeal during a meeting with the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yu Dunhai, emphasizing Nigeria's commitment to economic diversification under President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. She stressed the need for China's support in key sectors such as electric vehicle assembly, digital technology, renewable energy, and agriculture. Odumegwu-Ojukwu acknowledged China's critical role in Nigeria's infrastructure development, citing investments in roads, railways, and power sector. She also highlighted the modernization of ports to attract foreign investment and underscored growing interest among Nigerian youths in learning the Chinese language, reinforcing the importance of cultural and economic collaboration. She urged China to further deepen bilateral relations by including Nigeria in its tariff exemptions. In response, Ambassador Dun Hai reaffirmed China's commitment to strengthening ties with Nigeria, noting that bilateral trade exceeded $21 billion last year, with Nigerian exports rising by 25%. He highlighted the significance of manufacturing in economic growth and emphasized the renewed $2 billion currency swap agreement as a step toward enhancing trade and financial partnership. Dun Hai also reiterated China's recognition of Nigeria as a strategic global ally and pledged continued cooperation in infrastructure, trade, and investment initiatives. Now, agriculture, Nigeria and Gambian stakeholders are set to deepen collaboration in agro-business investments at the 10th Agro-Food and Plast Print Park Nigeria Trade Fair. Organizers, Fair Trade Messers, announced Germany as the event's guest of honor, emphasizing its expertise in agriculture, plastics, printing, and packaging. The 2025 three-day conference, scheduled for March in Lagos, will feature over 100 exhibitors from 15 countries, including China, Germany, and South Africa. And now we move to energy. The energy sector, the NNPCL, withholds 13.76 trillion naira. The Nigerian Financial Petroleum Company Limited has withheld 13.763 trillion naira from the federal government between 2012 and 2024, severely impacting the country's finances. Documents from the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee revealed that while the company recorded 27.28 trillion naira in domestic crude sales during the period, only 13.524 trillion naira was remitted to the Federation account. The report also highlights that 4.026 trillion naira was deducted as certified subsidy claims, further complicating efforts to track the company's financial transparency. The Senate and House of Representatives have launched probes into the company's spending, particularly regarding unremitted funds and alleged subsidy payments. Anti-corruption groups have called for urgent reforms within the oil sector, emphasizing the need for greater accountability and transparency in NNPCL operations. However, efforts to obtain comment from NNPCL's spokesman have been unsuccessful, leaving lingering questions about the company's financial practices, according to reports. Coming up shortly, we'll bring you sport news. Do stay with us. And now on to sports. The Ekiti State government has approved the establishment of the State Indoors Sport Hall, which was awarded a contract worth 7.6 billion naira. The Commissioner for Information, Taiwo Olatubosun, stated that the contract awarded to Messrs. Air Nigeria is expected to be completed in 52 weeks. 3 projects was established with the aim to engage and empower Ekiti youths, thereby introducing various sporting activities. It also reflects the present administration's commitment to advance sports in the state, promoting grassroots sports development and identifying emerging talents. The government also reiterated its commitment to develop sports infrastructure as part of a broader strategy to diversify the economy, reduce employment in the state, and revitalize the sports sector, providing young athletes an environment to excel. And that's it on Midday News on Souq News Television. Now do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. I am Oyin Priya Krumele. A very good afternoon to you.
Coast top cash crops play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News.
Hello and welcome to your show. This is that particular time where we kick back, relax, and talk. Most especially when it happens to be the end of the week. A beautiful weekend made by the Almighty so that for those that really worked, you can have a weekend. If you have not worked, that's another story we need to talk about. But this is Souq Pulse where we talk. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. I hope Souq News have served you delightfully well in the last 5 days. So we want to hear from you. Go to our social media channels. Our handles, hit it up, Souq News TV, across all social media channels, and let's hear from you. Tell us what you think we should change, what has excited you the most in the last 5 days, and also what you saw that really made you say, yes, this is all about positivities. Now, if we say we need to change, it starts with you, me, your neighbors, people you have to stand up to and talk. We keep quiet on this side too much. And we just wait for God to do it. God will do his bit, but we have to do our bit. Now, this is Souq Pulse where we talk. We are going to a particular place that is So when we get there, I will tell you what exactly it is and also introduce our guest because you know that he is here and he is definitely going to talk. This is Souq Pulse, and when we return, this talk will start talking. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Now, people always have this, in quotes, that when it comes to Souq News, we don't talk about politics. No. We'll tell you directly, how does it affect productivity? How does it affect business? How does it affect development? How does policy play into it? If any of these elements are in it, then we are there. We are not just talking, we are investigating and we are informing you. So today we are going somewhere that is home, the Nigerian police. Now, let's go back to the last elections in Edo State. For those that are wondering, we are hitting home Nigeria today. Edo State elections came, Edo State election has gone. Somebody won, yes. Those that didn't win, don't worry. Try again next time. Now, this is the issue. A lot of blame, calls, shouts were heaped on the police by a side. Now, another election is coming up, which happens to be a local government election in Rivers State. That same name is coming up, the Nigerian police. Now, the police, are they meant for the people? Are they meant for the state? Or is it just the federal police? Because it's a federal police. Who should they answer to? That is where we are heading to. Who exactly should the Nigerian police answer to? If they are domiciled in any of the states, police commissioner state, police IG federal, he controls this. Now, who should they answer? To talk about this all through this 1 hour we have is no other but Your Excellencies. Please put those hands together as I welcome to Souq Pulse for this nice, beautiful evening, ushering us into the weekend. Dr. Idausa. Sir, you're welcome to Souq Pulse.
A pleasure to be here again with you, Chooks. Good evening.
Thank you very much. My legs are quietly clicking the other, and we are heading there. Nigerian police. The last time I heard you talk about the police, I said, okay, let's come back and start this gist all over again. Now, elections happened in Edo State, and the people that did not win are blaming the police. Election is coming up in Rivers State, and it has not started yet, and the governor is shouting the police. First of all, is the police supposed to be for security, property, human being, and any other thing, or for election activities?
Well, I think it's just quite unfortunate that the Nigerian political system had not been able to mature to a certain level where people can either manage their victory or their defeat very well. And I think that's the fundamental issue with the Nigerian state. Politics is not well developed at all. And